Gonna do a quick little audio test. Okay, we are golden. Hello, everybody. I hope you're all enjoying your Saturday day or evening. I've been kicking my own ass something fierce this week. I actually ended up having to take a nap in the middle of the day just the other day, as a matter of fact. Been working my ass off both at my day job, at the gym, and in karate more than usual lately. We even had a special seminar in karate last night that went on for 2.5 hours, and I'm really feeling it right now. Not so much in muscles. I mean, yeah, they're a bit sore from top to bottom here, but I mean that's pretty normal for me. But I just been real tired this week. Yeah, enough so to where I actually ended up having to take a nap the other day, which is kind of unusual for me. And even then, I still didn't think I got enough from it. But other than that, just keeping myself busy, same as usual, with other real life obligations and other things like that. And I, for one, am just grateful to have a day where I can just chill a little bit and relax. So, yeah, like I said, I hope everybody is enjoying their Saturday day so far, and I, for one, am looking forward to seeing more footage of Cherokun and Sadako. That little clip I saw at the end of the last stream has not left my mind even once since I first seen it. It was just so fucking hilarious to me. Everything about me unintentionally predicting Rika using a chair on Sadako while Sadako was bullying her, and then finding out about the Cherokun and the whole meme and all that. That was just one of the funniest things I think has happened to me in quite a while. And so much so to where, well, unless I find a proper CG or something to use for today's stream right in the middle of the episode, I pretty much decided to just take a little screenshot from the anime to use for today's thumbnail. And I feel like that's kind of cheating a little bit, since it's technically not a scene from the game proper, but, well, it was too funny for me to not pass up, okay? And for everybody who's knowledgeable about this series, if you know just by looking. I just wanted a cheap laugh at the end of it, so there you go. So, speaking of cheap laughs, I hope I'll be able to get one or two tonight. So, without further ado, let's begin. So, whatever power is at play is likely tied, according to Hanyuu, to something relating to Hinamizawa and Hanyuu's past. At least I think that's what she said around sometime during the last episode here, when she and Rika were having a little powwow session discussing what they think is actually keeping Hanyuu from entering the world that we're in. But I still think the jury is out as to whether or not it's an object that's blocking Hanyuu or if it's a person. I'm willing to bet that it's probably a person of some kind. It's a person of some kind, because something brought Rika to this world specifically. I think, based on conversations from the last episode. And unless an object with special spiritual power or sci-fi power, if you just came from Higurashi or what have you, is involved, then unless it's an AI, like a special AI like Ryunok from Higurashi or something to that effect, I don't think a sentient object is really what brought Rika to this world here, so I'm going with my gut feeling that it's probably a person of some kind. Furthermore, it's possible that the fragment that we're looking for is contained within another person. I suspect that if that's indeed the case, it's probably within one of the club members, if I had to guess. But the real question is, what will actually cause it to manifest? Do we have to kill them? Or do we have to form some kind of special bond with them and cause the fragment to manifest that way? I think the jury is still out as to which one of those two things for sure is the right method to go. But if we're aiming to maintain consistency with the rest of the series up to this point, I seriously doubt that it's going to require Rika to actually kill anybody. I'm more inclined to think that she just has to rely on the power of friendship, for lack of a better description, in order to find the fragment. So until Rika gets her head out of her ass and stops trying to solo this whole thing, I think that our search for the fragment is going to be a mostly fruitless endeavor. So I guess a huge chunk of today is going to be probably us just sitting in our chairs, frustratingly telling Rika to get her head out of her ass and actually try to make friends with the rest of the club members, or somebody at the very least, so she doesn't end up soloing this whole thing all alone, and she actually has somebody to talk to besides Hanyuu that can actually help her come to a realization of that sort on her own. Yeah, that's right. We were right smack dab in the middle of having a little impromptu counseling session with the doctor after we beat Sadako senseless with Chair-kun. Okay, let's get back on track. This Hanyuu, who tells you about how to get back to your old world. How's she tell you that? Is it something like a divine message? Or does she appear in your dreams? Well, maybe it's actually the good doctor here who will end up helping Rika come to a realization like what I just laid out, or at the very least put her on the right track to finding it. At the very least, even if we know that he's not doing it out of sincerity, for lack of a better word, in regards to actually trying to help Rika. Well, yeah, actually, I don't know if that's even the right word to use here, to be honest, because from his perspective, he's just trying to help out a kid here who believes in a bunch of weird fantasies and delusions, even in worst case scenario. Just come back to reality and try to get along with her peers. And from his perspective, he's not wrong from wanting to approach the whole situation like that. But we as Rika know better. We know that everything that she's telling the good doctor here is actually true. But even so, maybe he can get Rika to think of things from a different angle that she needs to seriously consider. That's my hope, anyway. That would be the fastest way. I'm not sure that'd be a good idea, though. To tell you the truth, I don't think it was necessarily a good idea for you to even mention the orb to begin with, because what if he ends up mentioning this orb to your parents, and your parents end up realizing what that orb is, where it came from, and then promptly confiscate it from you? That's my biggest concern right now. If you could talk to Hanyuu directly, that would be enough to prove my nonsense true. But I felt uneasy. Even if I could talk to her, Yamamoto might not be able to. Those kind of magic items come up pretty often in stories. But maybe it was worth a shot trying. I took the crystal ball out of my pocket. Alright, here we go. I guess we're doing this.
そのビー玉が通信機かい？
やっぱりそう思うわよね。私もビー玉だと思ったわ。
The crystal ball's light was extremely weak. As it got dimmer, it was also taking longer to restore lately. After talking to her several days ago and the light weakened again, it was having a hard time recovering. This much light wasn't quite enough. It looked like it needed a little bit more time to recover.
このビー玉に光が宿ってるのがわかる？
どうだろう。
Eastpin, welcome to the stream. I saw the thumbnail. Very wholesome. I ship it. Cherokun and Sadako, at least this version of Sadako, I 100% ship it. It was one of the most romantic scenes I've seen in quite some time. No joke. I felt my heart melt as I watched it unfold.
光の反射じゃないかい？でも綺麗なビー玉だね。
Do you have lights on in this nurse's office by any chance? Can you just shut those off real quick?
ラムネ瓶の玉かい？
とんでもない。フルデ神社の至宝、カムのなんたらとかいうありがたい宝だそうよ。ラムネ瓶の玉に見えるって点では悪いけど、私
フルデ神社。
Oh, whoops, didn't mean to skip that.
これでどうやって羽生と会話を？
私は額に当てるようにするわ。すると声が聞こえるの。
Yamamoto immediately tried. He shut his eyes and let out a low groan. It probably wouldn't work. Ow, ow, ow. I couldn't tell if it was because it wasn't me or because the power was too weak.
申し訳ないが、わしには聞こえんな。君はどうだね？
羽生と話すにはある程度の力が回復してないといけない。
This is definitely not helping our case. It just sounds like to him probably that we're just making excuses.
貸して。私でもダメね。まだ回復しきっていない水晶玉では羽生の声を聞くことができないわ。
Maybe you just need to do some recursive maintenance on it. Try whacking it with a stick or something. I pushed it tightly against my forehead, but all I felt was a cool sensation. I couldn't feel the power in it.
そうか。それは残念だな。
日数を重ねると多少は力が回復するようなの。時間をもらえればきっとまた会話ができるようになるわ。その時もう一度試してもらえれば。
I'm not sure we even have that long.
そうかい。じゃあもし会話ができるようになったら、ぜひわしにも会話をさせてくれないかね。
ええ、もちろんよ。このままじゃ頭が変になったおかしなことを思われて終わりだもの。
Probably already does, to be honest.
その失礼な誤解を解かなくちゃ後味が悪いわ。
その水晶玉の神通力はどのくらいの時間を待てば回復するんだい？
Doc! She just said it would take a few days! Get the earwax out of your ears and listen!
もう少しだと思う。もう一晩も待てばひょっとすると大丈夫かもしれない。
And now you're just being inconsistent, Rika.
力が戻ったらあなたに教えるわ。
ありがとう。待ってるよ。もし羽生と話をさせてくれたら、わしも君が元の世界へ帰れるように協力しようじゃないか。どうだね。
本当に？
The guy's committed to his shtick. I'll give him that. The simple word "help" made a deep impression on my mind. If someone other than Hanyuu were around to understand me, it would obviously be a reassurance. And with two people, the time it would take to go through the piles of literature would be halved. I'd welcome the help of a cat at this point, so I was really glad. On the other hand, I had to think about what Yamamoto felt. For Yamamoto, right now, I was a dangerous person who said she might even commit murder over a delusion. That's true. He was only speaking to me in such an understanding way to try and keep communication going. It didn't mean he actually believed me. Again, that's true. But if Hanyuu and Yamamoto could talk, it would clear all those fears away. And then he'd have to believe in the supernatural phenomena of Hanyuu and me. Either that or he'll go stark raving mad and check himself into the nearest mental institution. That's also a possibility. Even doctors need doctors. But the real world didn't usually work out that well. After all, even if I made Hanyuu talk to him, it could end in the way it always does, with Yamamoto not hearing anything. I could convey what she was saying, but he wouldn't believe it. But that didn't mean I had the option of not trying. I wouldn't give up before doing it. I'd try everything. Wasn't that the lesson I learned from this 100-year journey?
約束よ。ちゃんと羽生と話ができたら信じて。会う会うしか言わない。およそ神様っぽくないやつだけどね。
Hidden below the belt.
約束するよ。羽生と話をさせてくれたら、君の話を信じよう。でも、もし羽生と話ができなかったらどうする？
I'll cry. That's what I'll do. I didn't think he'd actually reply like that, and it confused me.
どうするって言われても。
君が勝ったら、君の話を信じる約束になってる。じゃあ、わしが勝ったら、君がわしの話を信じるという約束にしないかな。
Your story.
どうだね？公平だろ？
山本の何の話を信じろと。
Okay, you got me interested, Doc. What story are you talking about? Even therapists need therapists. Therapists are among the group of people who go to therapists the most. I think I actually remember hearing something to that effect some time ago, which to me is kind of alarming if you really think about it. That the actual mental health professionals are the ones that need that same help the most. And there's a reason, let's just say there's a reason why I'm very hesitant to see a shrink for any reason whatsoever, okay? I'm not saying that not all of them are mentally compromised like that or anything like that. To be fair, I do believe there are some out there that are actually competent at their job and have their wits about them. But I've seen enough evidence over the past couple years that there's a lot of them that simply don't. So if you can solve your mental problems without going to a shrink, like maybe you go to the gym or something, eat better, sleep more, or just do some kind of activity or routine in your life that helps build self-confidence, get your mind off things that trouble you, just something like that. If you can do that and just bring your own mental faculties under control on your own, I would argue that's the best way to go about it. But if absolutely nothing that you try on your own will do the trick, then sure, you can seek professional help then. But even then, just remember that the professional help in question is human too, and humans can be flawed, even ones with a PhD. So do your research on who you would actually end up going to see, if you end up going to see anybody at all. And that's enough PR announcements from yours truly for now. Well, I could imagine it without having to ask. He'd probably tell me to go to a largish hospital and have my head given a proper look at. He'd probably tell me to... Oh, wait. Of course, there's absolutely nothing wrong with my head. I beg to differ. I say that with love, by the way. So it would come up with 0 results. It would come up with 0 results because there's nothing in there. When that happened, maybe they'd say I need to take care of my mind and give me psychotropic drugs or something. I heard this from Reina once before. There's a drug that makes you incredibly lethargic, unable to do or even think of anything at all. Dangerous patients think terrible things, and sometimes actually do them. The drug stopped that from happening. If they made me take that, it would be the same as killing me. Pretty much. Yeah, and no therapist fits all. If your therapist don't work for you, find another. Yeah, sounds like you and me are pretty much on the same page on that front, Espin. But yeah, I generally advocate try to solve your problems yourself first and foremost before seeking outside help, if you can. If you can't do it, then you can get professional help then. It might seem like a fair condition, but it looked to me like the scales weren't in my favor to begin with. I shouldn't have told this stuff to a man I barely knew. After all, I began to regret my decision. Could I fool him if I said it was all a joke? Did you believe me? Nipa? I don't think he would think that you hooking up Sadako with Cherokun would be a joke. To be fair. If that was going to be my last resort, I could use it as... Excuse me. I could use it if my attempt to have Yamamoto and Hanyuu communicate failed. I couldn't abandon the possibility Yamamoto could be my ally without trying first.
じゃあ明日はちゃんとリカちゃんのために予定を空けておこう。それでいいかい?
He made a suggestion, taking a notebook out of his coat and going over his other appointments. I nodded and said I agreed. So I had just under 15 more minutes with this particular scene. Shame I couldn't hold out that long last time.
Rika-chan.
And hello, dear negligent big brother of the year.
ちょっといいかい?
What is it that you want with me? After school, as I was about to head home before the rain started up again, Saoshi called out to me. I looked up and saw Mion and Reina with him. Why am I getting a bad feeling right now? You three aren't going to try to hogtie me outside, are you? I've been stopped by the upperclassmen brigade. Their expressions weren't exactly gentle ones, and as I suspected, I was in for some sort of punishment after what I did during lunch break.
何かご用なのですか? 少しお話ししたいなって思って。
We just want to talk to you. Cocks shotgun. We just want to talk to you.
お昼休みのことなのですか？
それもあるし、
さとこをお椅子で叩いたりとかしてごめんなさいなのです。
But you gotta admit, Sadako and Cherkun kissing like they did, it was romantic, no? Mwah, mwah, mwah. I spoke the words fine, but didn't bother to hide my glum attitude.
怖がらないでよリカちゃん。別に私たちはリカちゃんを叱ろうとかそういうつもりで呼び止めたんじゃないんだよ。
You're just going to beat me upside the head with a Kendo's Eskrima, or no, not Eskrima, Shinai, right?
ならどうして呼び止めたのですか？
まあ単刀直入に言うとさ、みんなで仲良くなるためにどうしたらいいだろうねって相談だよ。
Okay, if that's all, then I am the queen of this classroom, and you are all my peasant servants. Do everything I say, and there shall be peace everlasting. Simple, right?
たださ、一応理解してほしいんだよね。今の現状を招いたのはリカちゃんにも多少の責任があるってこと。
Mion, of all due respect, I was just trying to mind my own business reading some old dilapidated documents when that little shit and half the entire class tried to fuck with me. I didn't start. I didn't start this whole thing. Okay, I just finished it.
ミオン、そんなことを今わざわざ言わなくても。
こういうのを教えてあげるのも上級生の役割だと思うけどな。違う？
もう。
This conversation didn't look like it would be a fun one. If I blew them off, it would probably only get worse, so I decided to just pretend I was listening. Reina took my silence for me being dispirited, and she started speaking in a much more light-hearted tone.
リカちゃんだってみんなとお友達で楽しく遊べたら素敵だって思うでしょ？
I don't disagree, but you guys in particular have done very little to endear yourselves to me, to put it very mildly. Although, to be fair to you, you've certainly been the most pleasant one out of the whole bunch.
それでね、みんなでね、仲良く遊べるようにはどうすればいいのか、私たち考えたの。
I told you. Crown me the queen of the ant colony, and we shall have peace everlasting.
なんだと思うかな？わかりませんです。
リカちゃんは知らないと思うけど、ミオンってね、いろんなゲームを持ってるんだよ。ね。
まあ昔の趣味だけどね。小さい頃にどういうわけかボードゲームとかカードゲームをすごく集めてた時期があってね。最近は全然興味ないんだけど、まあ捨てるわけじゃなし、大量に在庫があったりするわけよ。
Wait a minute. I beat the shit out of Sadako, and my reward for doing so is being able to play board games? With you? Why didn't I ever try doing something like this in school? My own social life could have been a hell of a lot better. Holy shit.
楽しそうなゲームがいっぱいあるのに全然遊んでなくて誇りをかぶってるなんてもったいないよね。
Although it was better for a time when I was doing sports. But then as soon as you leave, you go back to being the social outcast. Although I will admit, it certainly is damn funny to have a boy half your size constantly trying to screw with you because you quit the football team.
私、あの泥棒役がサングラスかけて遊ぶイギリスの泥棒ゲームやってみたいな。
I mean, I could have just sat on him and end any physical confrontation right there.
僕は木の枝をどんどんつなげていくあの積み木みたいなゲームをやってみたいよ。
どのマニュアルも英語なんだけどな。シオンの野郎がそういうののマニュアルを読むのだけは得意だったっけ。シオンに聞けば早いけど学園行っちゃったからな。
ならみんなで読んで理解しようよ。
Well, you're gonna be in for a rough one on that one, Reina. Mion's not exactly book smart.
それもきっと楽しいよ。
そうだね。みんなで同じルールでゲームするなら、たとえ間違ってても公平だしね。
ね、楽しそうでしょ。
The blind leading the blind? Yeah, it sounds like fun to me, alright.
放課後にみんなで集まってゲームで遊ぶゲーム部って部活を始めようって思ってるの。ゲーム部、部活。
クラスの誰もが参加できるんだよ。そこでみんなで遊んでいるうちに、きっとリカちゃんもいつの間にかみんなの輪に溶け込んでると思うんだ。
クラスで一人だけ浮いちゃってるあんたを溶け込ませてあげようっていう上級生の心遣いってわけよ。
だからミオン、そういうことは言わなくても。
最近は少し気の毒な感じもしてきたけど、実際のとこ私は今のリカちゃんの孤立は多少自業自得なところもあったんじゃないかって思ってる。
Well, you're not exactly wrong. Rika has throughout much of the last episode gone out of her way to isolate herself of her own accord. So, yeah, I don't really have a comeback for this here. My own fault. Reina and Satoshi fell silent after hearing that. I mean, it was basically what I was saying right before I actually started. I actually loaded up my file proper. I guess everyone in class shares Mion's opinion.
自業自得なのですか。
Of course, though this was about me, I had no idea what they meant by that. They were talking about the Rika Fruity before I came. To me, she was the same as a stranger. But to them, it must have seemed like my surprised tone was just me not understanding because I was young. They sighed a little. It was an unpleasant sigh, like they were telling me to look at myself. Okay. Simple. Give me a reflective surface. I wanted to be freed from this as soon as possible.
まだみんなが引っ越してっちゃう前さ、リカちゃんってさ、お姫様だったよね。
お姫様ですか。
Well, I do have the Himi cut going on, so I certainly looked the part.
そう、お姫様。リカちゃんは男の子たちのグループの中で何でもチヤホヤしてもらえるお姫様だったよね。自分からは何もせず、常に彼らに何かをさせる。
Well, how about that? Guess this world's Rika was actually pretty good with the boys.
富田くんや岡村くん覚えてる？あの二人なんかは特にあんたが好きだったみたいだから、あんたが言うことは何でもしたよね。あんたはその上にあぐらをかいて涼しそうにしてるだけだった。そしてあんたに好意のある男の子たちを競わせるようなことをして、いっつも漁夫の利のような感じでちゃっかりとこうしてる。
Wow.
そんなのを不愉快に思ってる子も少なくなかったんだよ。
Maybe this is why Sako in this world didn't have a very favorable impression of me.
だからそういう男の子たちが偶然にもみんな引っ越しちゃって、あんただけが取り残された時、ざまあ見ろって言ってる子もいたんだよ。
None of that was about me.
リカちゃん、君にしてる話だよ。みーちゃんの話、聞いてあげて。
Rika? Who's that? Hasn't anybody told you? I am Frederica Bernkestel, wine connoisseur and extraordinaire, delivering wisdom from the bottle.
聞いてないよ。リカちゃんは自分とは関係ない話だと思ってる。そうでしょ？
Perceptive as always. Whether Reina or Reina, she was still just as sharp about the weirdest things. I wanted to believe it was just a wild guess, but she had hit the nail right on the head.
レイナもよしなよ。リカちゃんはもうそれを十分反省したと思うよ。
And you clearly have not thought enough about disciplining your kid's sister.
どうかな。反省したとはまだ聞いてないし、その様子からだと私たちに言われるまで気づきもしなかったって風だよ。
だからよしなって。僕たちはリカちゃんをいじめたいわけじゃないんだ。本当の意味でリカちゃんと友達になりたいって思ってるんだよ。それには僕たちもリカちゃんもこれまでの関係を変えていく努力をしていかなくちゃならない。
For some reason, I was upset. Because it was as though they weren't talking about Rika Ferruti, but about me. Me. A princess. There was no guarantee I wasn't one until now. Loved the most of all the club members. Reina and the boys in the class pampering me, laughing at Sadako and Keiichi's failures as I coolly profited from their conflict. You know, that's actually true. That's actually true. Huh. Without giving anything myself, I just greedily devoured the goodwill people poured upon me. They were right. That was me. I guess so. I hadn't wanted to accept this sad, lonely world and set myself apart. But of course, they couldn't have actually been talking about me. So, though I didn't know the reason, I was still upset.
部活にはね、サトコも加えようと思うんだ。サトコだって意地っ張りだから直接はなかなか言えないけど、リカちゃんと仲直りしたいって思ってるんだよ。
どう？
I'm sorry, what did you say? Oh, I see. I beat her so damn hard of Cherkun that she's so damn terrified of me that she realizes that if she doesn't suck up to me, she will be under my proverbial chair-shaped thumb forever. She's just literally trying to get into my good graces. The little coward. I will say, though, that is pretty much what I want. No, I said I wanted earlier anyway, so, I mean, I can't exactly be mad at her for it, so by all means. Fine. I accept that arrangement.
ゲーム部の部活にリカちゃんも参加してみない？きっと楽しいと思うよ。
こんなあたりからでもさ、自分を変えようと小さな努力を始めてみない？ってこと。
最初はギクシャクすることもあるかもしれない。でもね、きっとそのうち仲良しになれると思うの。だってみんなもリカちゃんとお友達になりたいと思ってるし、リカちゃんもみんなとお友達になりたいと思ってるなら、双方が手を伸ばし合ってるんだもん。届かないわけない。
もう僕たちは伸ばしてるんだよ。あとはリカちゃんが掴むだけ。
I got my hands full trying to find a fragment right now and trying to convince a doctor I'm not crazy, so I hope you guys will understand if instead of extending a hand out to you, I extend a foot out instead. You have no problem grabbing a foot, do you? I felt like Keiichi said something a lot like that in some other world. Those words probably made Rika Furuti really happy. But that wasn't me. All this only applied to the Rika Furuti from before I possessed this body. For me, this world was fake. A dream world. And besides, I was in the middle of a hunt. I didn't have time to hang out with them. Okay, I was just joking when just a second ago when I was saying the exact same thing you were saying now. But you really, I really do think you should hang out with them. Because I have a sneaking suspicion it will actually be beneficial to your long-term goal of finding the fragment. But they weren't faking their feelings for Rika Furuti. And I found myself without an answer, at a loss for how to respond to them.
リカちゃん、ごめんね。実はさっきお手洗いに行くとき、保健室で山本先生としてる話、ちょっとだけ聞いちゃったの。
Eavesdropping on my private conversations with the head doctor, are you? I'm not crazy! You're the ones that are crazy! Reina gave me an apologetic look. I never thought others would be listening to that conversation, which must have sounded like garbled nonsense to anyone from this world. I'd understand it if it weirded them out and they didn't want to come near me. The dog god is real! The dog god is real! But I couldn't quite understand why it had resulted in this.
リカちゃんが言ってた世界って、みんなが仲良しのとっても楽しい世界なんだよね。リカちゃんはそこへ帰りたいって言ってたよね。だからね、私たち話し合って、リカちゃんがその世界に戻れる方法を考えたの。
と言っても、もちろん引っ越しちゃった富田くんや岡村くんたちを呼び戻すわけじゃないけどね。
Oh, I see what you're all up to now. You're trying to play into what you think are my delusions, and you're hoping that if by playing into them and encouraging them, I will get more outlandish and open about them until eventually the men in the white coats will come to take me away and put me in the asylum, and then rid myself out of your lives for good. Now, you may think this is some 300 IQ move that you're pulling off here, but I'm on to you. I see through your deception now.
元の世界へ戻ることって誰もが望むことだと思うけど、それって絶対できないことだと思うの。
No legs is cute. Now, I like your name. I really like your name. You want to know what's even cuter? Quadriplegics. Anyway, damn, the way you go at Sadako is kind of vicious. Not that it's unwarranted, but are you only like this to this specific Sadako, since I remember you mentioned she is your favorite character? Yeah, I'm just acting this way towards this specific Sadako. Because, she really has been quite the brat towards me in this particular world, to be fair, but in every other world that I've ever encountered her in, I mean, yeah, she is my favorite out of the club members. Still is, even now. But that doesn't mean that I would take bullshit even from her for very long before I start to get real sour about it, you know? So, while I do think that using a fucking chair of all things was a bit overkill, if I'm being serious for a moment, it's not like she didn't have it coming. I really was just trying to mind my own damn business. That startled me. There was no way Reina knew about me and my old world. Even still, her words felt full of meaning, and they echoed in my heart.
壊れたコップのかけらをどう未練がましく拾おうとしてもね、かけらはかけら。一度砕けちゃったものはもう戻らないの。でもね、コップは一つじゃない。壊れたコップは惜しいだろうけど、また探せばいいんだよ。
Stupid question, but is the cup in question an 8 ounce or 12 ounce?
でも砕けたコップのかけらを見つめてうなだれているうちは絶対に見つけられない。
つまりね、リカちゃん、引っ越してしまったリカちゃんの親しかった友達はもう呼び戻せないけど、ならそれに負けないくらいの友達をまた作ればいいんだよ。
きっとそうして作った世界はリカちゃんの元の世界に限りなく近い世界になると思うの。もちろん全く同じにはならない。でもね、それが一番元の世界に近づける方法だと思うな。
That's fine. My whole life is basically an entire saga of settling for second place anyway. I'm used to it.
そうすることでさ、前よりも素敵な関係を築けるってことはあるよね。雨降って地面がなんとやらって言うでしょ。
Okay, when it rains, the ground gets harder. It's not... Okay, I'm assuming you don't mean it quite so literally. I don't know why this is confusing me, but it is.
どう？リカちゃん。
I still think that asserting myself as the queen ant in the classroom is still the better option, but your idea isn't too bad either, to be fair. Ah, I see. By the way, No Legs is the name of a character from a video game? Oh, of a video game. No Legs from Epic Battle Fantasy. I've heard of Epic Battle Fantasy, actually. I think I got the 4th entry on my Steam account as a free game or something like that, but I never actually played any of them. It's an RPG series, if I remember correctly.
僕たちもリカちゃんがみんなに早く馴染めるよう応援する。だから僕たちと一緒に頑張ってみないかな。
Those gentle words would have been tear-worthy if they'd been said to this world's Rika Furuti. But now that I had possessed her, she was gone. The only thing that leaks out of my eyelids... Lids! Eyelids! Dear God, my English, it's failing me. Now, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Yeah, I can't shed tears anymore. Because I am Frederica Bernkastel. The only thing coming out of my eyeballs is wine drops! The Rika Furuti they were talking to was no longer of this world. I thought to myself that I should just give this body back to her. Can't really do that, because we do that, we're dead. Like, well and truly dead. If I did, the me living in this remote parallel universe would have the chance to change her fate and make this world a happy one, if only little by little. Here's the problem with that line of thinking, though. That runs with the assumption that whatever experiences that you're experiencing as this Rika now will actually, from a memory standpoint, be maintained by the Rika Furuti in this world. For all we know, by the time we go back to our world, this world's Rika Furuti is going to have a giant blank spot in her memory bank from the entire time that you've effectively possessed her. So whatever lessons that you have ended up learning in her place is not going to affect her personally, because she herself had not actually experienced them, but you did. So her progress, so to speak, for her character arc would effectively reset to 0 before we entered the picture. When you really stop to think about it, it doesn't really work. It really wouldn't work like that. Son of a bitch. There we go. Gotcha. It's a turn-based combo RPG that likes to do parodies and references to Final Fantasy, Pokemon, Dragon Ball, and more series. Ah, okay. Maybe I'll have to look into that. If I went back to my old world and gave this leftover body back to Rika Furuti. But I couldn't do that. Because for me to leave this world would require the same method as returning the fragment from this world to the world of the gods. In other words, my death. Only my death could make me go away. Which meant at the point I took over for Rika Furuti, she was the same as dead. But, maybe, just maybe, there was one way to return his body to Rika Furuti. That would be for me to die a different way. I wasn't a parasite or anything, so says the parasite. In difficult to understand terms, I was an individual personality aware of other universes. Or maybe I should call myself a memory aware of other universes. Or we could just call you an inter-universal DID sufferer. Dissociative identity disorder, for those of you wondering. And that meant that if I could forget about the other worlds, that would represent the same thing as me dying. This world was the only world for Rika Furuti, and she would live the best she could in it. If so, I would gradually forget, eventually losing my grasp on which world I had lived in, and try my hardest to live in the world I was in now. Which meant that giving up on my previous world and living in this one was possibly simply if I decided to do it. Like Reina said, it might be a different world than my old one, but it was the closest I could ever get. It might be a little different from my old world, but the club would still form. In exchange for Keiichi and half our classmates, Saikoroshi was here. Rika, let's be honest. It can just simply never, ever be the same without Keiichi. Keiichi is not an optional thing. He's a requirement. Don't kid yourself now. I wasn't best friends with Sadako, but depending on how we interacted in the future, we could at least become regular friends. Hinamizawa would sink underwater in another 6 months, but I could work hard to make new friends in my new home. That cruel destiny wasn't Rika Furuti's alone. It was an impartial destiny, shared equally by all who lived in this world. Only I had the luxury of being a special case, and jumping between destinies at a whim. I wonder if there are other Rikas who also time travel whenever they die, or only this Rika does it. Well, as far as I can recall, we're the only particular version of Rika, so to speak, that actually does this, that I'm aware of. But now you got me thinking. If most other Rikas from most other worlds were living similar lives prior to the Rika that we know entering said worlds and taking over those Rika's bodies, then is it possible then that those Rikas Are world travelers of their own with their own Hanyus? If so, what ends up happening to their spirits, and by extension those other versions of Hanyus, once we end up hijacking them in their respective worlds? Because I'm assuming Hanyuu would end up having to do the same thing to whatever version of Hanyuu may exist in whatever new world that she ends up moving into too, right? Feels like this could be a bit complicated to figure out. Huh. The Sea of Fragments is probably infinite, so there might be some identical world out there where Rika started to loop multiple times. Probably, yeah. At least if we're going with the whole, if we're going with multiverse theory full stop, then I think it would stand to reason that's likely the case. Which world should I devote myself to? Reina's words came back to me. A broken cup never went back to normal, and I couldn't find another one as long as I was lamenting the first. What did the cup represent? Cups were for filling with water, or tea, or coffee. The water could probably be called happiness. The cup broke, and the happiness inside was scattered everywhere. If water is happiness, what are tea and coffee then? I would imagine coffee would be bitterness, but tea though? Guess that's another thing I'll have to think about a bit. The cup broke, and the happiness was scattered everywhere. The cup was broken, and I was at a loss, unable to fill it with happiness again. But if I could change the way I thought, and rather than be attached to the broken cup forever, fill a new cup with new happiness, I could open the door to a new world. Well, tears are made out of water, so maybe if we cried long enough over the cup, we could fill it with happiness that way? You know, happy tears is a thing. Happy crying exists. Still, while that world might be similar, it wouldn't be the same. My heart had weakened, and I'd been discouraged. Wasn't this only so tempting because my search for the key to go back was so difficult? Yep. You're thinking like a quitter. Like a loser. Before, didn't I swear I'd put in any effort I needed to return to my old world? That you did? If I broke that oath, Hanyuu, gambling on my fate, would be left behind for all eternity, all alone. And I'd be the only one so selfishly happy. Well, I didn't have any responsibility to make Hanyuu happy. She was my ally and partner who stuck with me for 100 years. And my friend, I beg to differ. I think you do have a responsibility to make her happy too, because she was your ally and partner who stuck with you for 100 years. And your friend. However, we know that Rika has been to a world where there has been a Rika who has looped to before. Your addiction. Anyway, hey Liz25, welcome to the stream. So, what do you mean by your addiction? Are we talking about what the cup would be filled with if it was with tea or something? I'm confused what you mean. I mean coffee and tea. Oh. Well, I guess you're not wrong about that, to be fair. Although I am more of a tea person than a coffee guy. Oh wait, I just skipped a line. So, Even if I wanted to give in to temptation, I'd have to ask Hanyuu. Which meant, right now, I had no right to answer their proposal.
本当にありがとうです。とても嬉しく思いますのです。
Hallelujah! The wine master is happy. Let's call this Rika Frederica. My guess is whenever Hanyuu transferred Frederica's consciousness into a fragment, that timeline split into two. One where that Rika's consciousness is usurped by Frederica's, and one where that Rika's consciousness still exists and continues as normal until she dies to Takano and her friends going crazy. Guess that's certainly an interesting theory. Remember chapter 7 and 8? Yeah, I do. Akasaka returned to Hinamizawa, but he could only come to Hinamizawa in the future if Rika warned him to go to his wife. However, in chapters 7 and 8, her loops were too short to go that far back to warn him, so it must have been a different looping Rika. I never thought of it that way, actually. You might be onto something. Interesting. After which that world's Hanyuu will transfer that Rika's consciousness into another world, so there could be infinite Rikas looping. And oh yeah, also that. Well, everybody, you're definitely getting the hamster in the hamster wheel in my skull running real damn quick right now. And the noggin's a jogging. Now I really want to try to go back and see if I can look at certain past events with this new perspective in mind and see if it all meshes well.
大丈夫。
Story doesn't make sense if our Rika is only Rika looping. Yeah, the more I think about it, I think you might be right.
僕たちがきっと守ってあげるから。だからこの学校が廃校になっちゃうまでの時間、いっぱい楽しい思い出作りをしようよ。
But that then begs the questions then of what happened. Well, they probably all die. Most of them anyway. Most of them probably all end up dying here. Just like we see in most story and most of the chapters from both the main story and even the console arcs. The other Rikas, I mean, that are probably also looping. Either that or they get usurped by other Rikas that are also looping. So most of them probably don't actually end up experiencing a happy ending of any kind at any point. And there's only a handful that do. Whether it could be Chapter 8 Rika, Miyotsukushi and Mote's Rika, possibly the Rika that we're playing right now in this arc, etc. Yeah, again, I kind of want to go back. I want to go back on the previous chapters at some point with this theory in mind here and see how well it actually meshes with events as I remember them. Because I think there's something there.
いえ、少しだけ心の整理をしたいのです。
I need to heat my feelings up in the microwave for 5 minutes. My feelings are only properly functional and digestible when they're heated up a bit first.
はあ？何を乙女チックなこと。別にサトシがあんたに告ったわけでもないでしょうが。
みーちゃん、余計なことは言わないの。私はリカちゃんの気持ちちょっぴりだけわかるよ。だからリカちゃんが心の整理をつけるの待ってるからね。
You know what I need to help me think a bit? A drink.
ありがとうです。もしお願いするときはどうかこのフルでリカをみんなの仲間に加えてやってくださいです。
I bowed apologetically. Here and now, that was the most I could do. After refusing their suggestion that we all go home together, I left on my own. It was Rika Fruiti's right, not mine, to enjoy going home with them. You really are only making things worse for yourself, Rika. Frederica, whatever you want to call yourself. It wasn't something I, Frederica Bernkastel, could accept. Okay, Frederica, got it. Guess we're still going with that name. What was I, anyway? I wondered if another ball could fly into my head like before. That was how this world's Rika was possessed by me. So if I got hit again, would I vanish, and the pure Rika Fruity who lives in this world return? If only I wasn't me, I wouldn't hesitate to take them up on their offer. This world truly was far sadder than the one I'd come from. Depends on how you look at it. But this world had something all its own, and the opportunity to become a happy world in its own right. If I hadn't known about the other worlds, I wouldn't have been able to contain tears of joy at the mere premonition of happiness I might once again attain. Were these conflicting emotions those of this world's Rika Fruity, sleeping inside of me? Those emotions made me angry, and I blamed myself, asking why I'd put their offer on hold and went home all alone. 'Cause you're stubborn as a mule.
Tadaima.
My mother always immediately followed that up with, do you have homework? But not today. Something is amiss.
Rika, 台所にいらっしゃい。
Her voice was vaguely cheerful and light. I don't trust this. I wonder what it was. Did she want to surprise me? In a good way? But I can remember today being special. A person's expectations sometimes come out in their voice. For the time being, it felt okay to go poke my head in. I set down my things and headed for the kitchen. When I entered, my mother had already started on dinner, despite it being so early. She was in a good mood. I wonder if something nice happened. Every year at this time, with the Watanagashi festival approaching, she usually got more and more impatient of all the preparations and setup. Knowing all that, my mother's good mood baffled and confused me. I asked if she needed something. When I did, she suggested something I'd never heard even once in these 100 years.
お母さんと一緒に今日はカレーを作りましょうね。立派なのを作ってお父さんを驚かせちゃおう。
Well, I guess we don't have to worry about her putting anything that could upset our stomachs into the food if we're helping her make it. Be virtually impossible for her to sneak something in without us knowing. I didn't like curry that much. Don't let Chi Sensei hear you say that. But before these 100 years, meaning not me, but Rika Fruity, I think she might have liked it. I knew at least that my mother was trying to make her daughter happy and suggesting she and Rika Fruity, not I, make dinner together. I didn't like my mother that much. She was prone to hysterics, and I hated how she always sounded like she was hunting you down when she talked. I hate people like that. When she treated me so nicely, my reason for disliking her felt irrational. Wondering why my mother had a change of heart, I decided to go along with it so as not to hurt her feelings.
じゃあ、じゃがいもの皮を剥きましょうか。包丁でできる？危ないから皮剥き器を使いなさい。
I was just gonna suggest, don't we have a potato peeler? I was actually rather good with a knife. I was so good that when I peeled daikon radishes, I could make a long strip of skin at the same time I sliced them. But there was no reason to damage my mother's pride by showing that her daughter could use knives better than her. Yeah, you're probably right about that, to be fair. We all saw how that played out during the beginning of Miyotsukushi Emote. She did not take it too well. I decided to make her look good for now. My mother had probably been using knives for a decade now. But I've been using them for many decades. For over 100 years, as a matter of fact. There was an order of magnitudes difference between us. So I wanted to be proud of using a knife better than my mother. I wanted to brag about it. But that might have trampled over her feelings. Her want to teach her daughter how to use a knife. Parents are supposed to live longer than their children. I believe the saying actually goes, children are supposed to bury their parents. But I don't know. Maybe I got that, maybe I've had that saying back, maybe I've been believing something completely nonsensical my entire life. That's certainly possible. So children respect the things their parents have learned from, oh wait, yeah, what you actually mean is they've lived longer than you by virtue of having been alive before you were born. Okay, that's what you meant. All right. I got it now. So children respect the things their parents have learned from having lived longer than them. But witches like me live longer than their parents and learn many more things. Still, I think I probably never learned what I really needed to. I mean, as long as I genuinely listened to my mother, she'd never get hysterical. If I didn't like respecting her as my senior in life, she wouldn't feel like she needed to act as one either. In the end, all that was left was a cold, uncomfortable relationship between parent and child. If I had acted more like a daughter and pretended to be an ignorant child when I needed to be, maybe my relationship with her would have been more peaceful, like this. Basically, she was Rika Furudi's mother. Not the mother of the witch who'd lived for 100 years. Thinking about it made it seem obvious she'd be cold to me.
ねえ、こうして煮えにくいものから順番にお鍋に入れていくのよ。うん。玉ねぎはいつ入れるの？玉ねぎは煮すぎると溶けちゃうから最後でいいのよ。リカが頑張って切った玉ねぎだもんね。きっと美味しくなるわよ。
My mother smiled. She seemed very happy. Her smile was warm. Enjoy it while you can. I have a feeling we're not going to experience it very often from this point going forward. I thought I'd completely forgotten over these 100 years. But I remembered for less than a moment in time. My parents had to die in 1981. That fate was unchangeable. And besides, we could never get along in the first place, so it didn't matter if they died. As thoughts like those overlapped, maybe my concern for my parents had waned. Our hearts had steadily lost their connection, and the situation had steadily worsened. Before now, I hadn't thought I could gain anything from this world. Not once did I think it would make me realize something like that. Silver lining. With a mother like this, spending time with her would be warm. It would be fun. That's right. The reason I rejected my mother's warmth. Maybe it was because I wanted to soften the sadness I felt at her death. Now that's peak irony. If I couldn't change the fate she'd met in 1981, then she might as well hate me. Was that the idea at the root of it all? It's really sad when you put it like that. In this world, my mother hadn't died in 1981. She would stay here for a long time to come. I felt just a little jealous of Rika Furuti. And I was stricken with the desire to return this world's me to her. This world was so different than my previous one. Keiichi wasn't here. Shion wasn't here. Hanyuu wasn't here. But in exchange, Satoshi and my parents were here. There was no club, but there would be one soon. Saka wasn't my best friend. She's a little shit. But she could be in the future. I could weigh my previous world and this one on the scales, but I wouldn't know which way it would tip. Any world that doesn't have Keiichi in it here is a failure of a world, if you ask me. No matter how good, no matter what else it's got going for it. If it doesn't have Keiichi, it's a world I don't want to live in. Matsuno, welcome to the stream. Peak story. Really is. I decide to leave this decision up to Hanyuu. Yes, my destiny wasn't mine alone. It was Hanyuu's destiny too. Whichever I choose, I would have to talk to Hanyuu before making my final decision. This multiple world concept was something I only had because Hanyuu had lent me her power. If Hanyuu had never given it to me, it would have been over from the very start. Takano was sliced open my belly, and that would have been it. We put the lid on the curry, so now it just had to simmer. My father returned in the meantime, and really enjoyed seeing us making curry together. Then, at my mother's suggestion, he set the table. In any normal 1981, he really hated it when my mother told him to do anything. Honey, pick up your socks. But he wasn't troubled at all at the prospect in this world.
Rika はみんなのお皿にご飯を盛り付けてちょうだい。できる？うん。できますです。
Of course I can do that, idiot. It's something I'd thought many times before. But this time I didn't. Character development! I opened the warm, steaming rice cooker and plated the rice. My mother brought the piping hot curry pot over and split it among everyone's plates.
おお、すごいね。リカが盛り付けたご飯に母さんが作ってくれたカレーか。美味しそうだ。
違うわよ。ねえ。カレーもリカと一緒に作ったのに失礼なお父さんね。
I agree. He's a rude father who can't pick up his socks. I peeled myself back. Fruity Rika shouted that I wasn't needed, so I pulled back. I withdrew inside Rika Fruity, and she got to enjoy a family dinner from the bottom of her heart. When we saw the crooked potatoes, we all laughed pleasantly. I would never cut potatoes to be so ugly. But Rika Fruity was still bad at this, so these things happened. I'm only hiding my true power level from you, mommy dearest, to protect your feelings. You should be grateful. I could humiliate you anytime I want, but I choose not to, because I'm the bigger person. Metaphorically speaking, not literally. When I used the same ingredients, the only thing curry tasted like was the curry powder from the store. After 100 years of the same curry powder, it tasted the same, no matter how you made it. But this particular curry tasted different. I cried at what Rika Fruity had lost. No, at what I had lost. Oh. Hey, Wakamoon, welcome to the stream. Another factor is probably that thanks to No Dam Project means that the Fruity family had no stress going on. Yeah, that is also another factor. But on the other hand, though, the whole village is going to be flooded in like 6 months, as things currently stand now. So you could argue that in itself is another form of stress, even if, at least on the surface, most people don't seem particularly super bummed out about it, or hostile, or agitated, or anything like that, unlike with the dam wars, like we see in most other timelines. So, I guess it depends on how you look at it. But yeah, maybe they're just burying some of the stress underneath it, or maybe this doesn't stress them as much as the dam wars. Rika Fruity got to experience the warmth she had once forgotten. I wondered if another ball would come flying and hit me in the head. Then I would pass out for a while, and upon waking again, I would be gone. Wasn't that the best possible happy ending? I was the stranger here. I thought this universe was the strange one from out of all the other parallel universes, but it was me. I was the stranger. I am the strange one! Then, what had that world been? The one I reached after 100 years. A strange world filled with strange people. But by that same token, if it's filled with strange people and strange things, and I too am strange, then wouldn't that actually make me normal in that world? Was its happiness that we'd all won? Keiichi, Reina, Mion, Sadako, Shion, and I. Was it all worth nothing? Only if you let it be. That wasn't true. It was a radiant world, one we all won the right to live in after 100 years of learning to trust one another. It is also a world that had a very fantastic fan service episode, if I do say so myself. It was replete with a different kind of happiness than this one. Both shone brightly, and neither was better or worse than the other. Maybe, in the end, most worlds weren't better or worse than any other. I only lived in the extreme worlds, the ones where I struggled to see whether Takano killed me or not. So out of all the infinite universes, I started to think of them as either right or wrong. But the multiverse wasn't simple enough to think of in binaries like that. Oh, no, it's not. Well, there's stress, but there's more like resignation/acceptance, presumably, whilst the stress from the dam project has them to be trying to mediate among the whole village. Yeah, that's also a fair point. So I guess when you put it like that here, it's definitely, I think it would be fair to say here that being a mediator during the dam conflict here is understandably leagues more stressful than what we're seeing her parents dealing with here in this world, which is more or less basically the same thing that everybody is being subjected to. That being that their home is going to be submerged underwater in 6 months. I mean, nobody has it particularly better or worse than anybody else right now. Like what we normally see in the dam conflict in most timelines. Everybody is pretty much on an even playing field, so to speak, in this world. So whatever stress that everybody is deriving from it here is all probably equally proportional as a result as well, if that makes any sense. But the multiverse wasn't simple enough to think of in binaries like that. Tomorrow's dinner might be steak or salted soury. It wasn't about which was right and which was wrong. Although it is definitely wrong to not have steak, if you ask me. In both of those worlds, I'd spend a happy time eating dinner with family. What if my respective selves have been reversed during tonight's dinner? But that was an incredibly tasteless thing to ask. The real problem wasn't that big to begin with. Neither my last world nor this world was better than the other. I needed to accept that. I still didn't know where the fragment I needed to return to my world was. But what if I never knew, and the power of the crystal ball connecting me to Hanyuu disappeared? I would disappear like the stranger I was, and give this body back to Rika Furuti. From her point of view, she would have to say that I had returned to my old world. Just as I once called this world a daydream, for Rika Furuti, my old world was the real daydream. Her strange delusions of me would simply disappear along with it. Maybe it didn't really matter how to return to my original world. Which world would I decide was the original? Maybe that was really all this was about. After we finished eating, we cleaned up our places and started washing things. My father said he had a meeting tonight, and he was about to leave again.
Rika, ちょっと洗っててくれる？ちょっとお父さんにお話があるんで、続きをやっててね。
はいですよ。
I responded cheerfully, as Rika Furuti. But I had realized something slightly out of place. If she had something to talk to my father about, there were plenty of chances during dinner. But she made me wash the dishes so they could talk amongst themselves. Rika just had to stay put and wash the dishes. But I couldn't suppress the curiosity that was welling up, and so snuck over to the front door to listen in on what my parents were saying. My mother was the one talking. Her tone of voice wasn't a cheery one.
それで、山本先生が市内の大きな病院に相談してくれてるらしいの。
I fucking knew it! I fucking knew that there was no way that he wouldn't say something to her parents. I fucking called it! Somebody pick up that payphone because I called it. And since we have a proper CG image to use for this stream now, unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye now to Chair-kun for the stream thumbnail. So press F for chat and press F in the chat to mourn Chair-kun because he's going bye-bye now. So give me just a second to get that all squared away. Or chaired away, rather. Let me fit this in properly. There we go. There. Oh. Okay, there we are. And now let's go over here to this. There we go. Is this the first time we see Rika's parents in any official capacity? I would say so, yes. I never seen them as character sprites or in any other CG artworks before this, so I think you're right, Espin.
Sensei がおっしゃるには脳よりも心の方かもしれないって立派な先生がいらっしゃる病院だそうなの。
I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have asked. Yamamo certainly hadn't promised to keep our discussion in the nurse's office to himself. Well, yeah, I can't say I'm surprised. As soon as I left, he probably called my parents and told them their daughter was ranting about nonsense. He probably explained it as my isolation at school wearing down on my mind and damaging my heart. Considering what I told him, even that would be a conscientious interpretation.
リカに直接話はしたのか？
後で話すつもり。明日突然先生が来て病院へ行きましょうじゃ騙してるみたいだもの。
Damn, they're working quick.
でもね、あの子の気持ちを考えるとわかるの。仲の良かった友達だけが先に引っ越しちゃって一人残されて、その気持ちを汲み取ってやればよかったのに。
Ah, so your friends at one point in your childhood up and left you, huh? What I want to know is, why was that?
リカは
It's probably your
最
fault.
初から引っ越ししたくないってずっと言ってた。その気持ちの整理も待たず一方的に押さえつけてしまって。
山本先生は明日の何時にいらっしゃるんだ？
夕方って言ってたけど時間は聞かなかったわ。できたらお父さんもいてほしいって。
ああ、夕方は集会所にいるが、山本先生がいらっしゃったら呼んでくれ。
わかりました。
気を落とさずに。リカが元の世界に帰りたいと言い出す気持ちはよくわかるが、でももうどうしようもない。国と村とで決まってしまった話だ。ならせめてひなみ沢に住んでいたことを思い出すとき、楽しい思い出を真っ先に思い出せるようにしてやりたいな。
そうですね。
もう時間だから行くぞ。リカのこと頼む。
はい。いってらっしゃい。
I snuck back into the kitchen, the same as I'd come. But I think the floorboards must have creaked. Oh, fuck. I assume Rika's friends moved because the village was going to be sunk. Yeah, I believe so, yeah. Yeah, okay, I remember. Yeah, that's exactly why they moved. They just heard their families decided to get a move on early when it came to just taking the settlement money from the government and getting the hell out of Dodge before the whole house ends up coming down. While this world's version of Rika and everyone else who's still in the village, well, they're not in as much of a hurry to get out of town. When my mother returned to the kitchen, she still didn't sound particularly cheerful.
聞いてたの、リカ。
No, I was in here the whole time, doing what you asked me to do. If the floorboards creaked, it was probably a mouse. A mouse did it.
今日ね、山本先生から電話をもらったわ。リカが山本先生に相談した話のことを教えてもらったの。みー、勝手におしゃべりするなんて、山本はひどいやつなのです。
Well, I mean, hey, I warned you that this would likely happen. In any other scenario, it's pretty much guaranteed it would happen. And unfortunately for us, this was an example where it truly was just like any other scenario. We spoke too much. The doctor thinks we're crazy, and so he's staging an intervention.
ごめんね、リカ。リカはずっとこの村に住んでいたかったのよね。その気持ちを考えず、だいぶ厳しい言葉をたくさんぶつけてしまった気がする。いいのですよ。別にそんなことは気にしてませんです。
My mother's apology was meant to be heard by the Rika Furuti living in this world. It wasn't for me to accept, so I denied it. But my mother kept apologizing anyway. I was going to deny it again, but I stopped. It wasn't my turn. I should pull back. And then, I thought I felt myself begin to fade out. As I did, I felt my eyes grow warm. The rest was, for me, a misty, hazy world. I cried as I buried my face in my mother's chest. And my mother cried as well as she hugged me. If I could have disappeared like that, this too might have been Rika Furuti's life. This is really depressing. It's making me thirsty. I need to drink. Need to drown my sorrows. After that, my mother told a lot of stories of Hinamizawa, as if to reminisce about her own childhood. But what she was like as a kid, what she did, and where. About things happening, or not happening. As she talked, we comforted each other, both of us wanting our beloved village to stay in our hearts forever.
それでね、お母さんが子供の頃はすっごく村のお年寄りに大事にしてもらったの。それはね、お母さんがお社様の生まれ変わりって信じられてたからなのよ。
And here I came along and usurped the role from you.
お社様の生まれ変わりって？リカには話したことがなかったわね。フルデ家には古い言い伝えがあってね。 第一子が8代続けて女の子だったら、その子はお社様の生まれ変わりであるって言い伝えがあるの。それがね、お母さん。私じゃなくて。
What? Wait a minute. In every other world, Rika is the eighth child normally, right? Now that's interesting.
リカも女の子で第一子だけど、9人目に当たるわね。
So I'm number 9 in this world. So I think I got an obvious question. Who's the extra child in this world? Is there a family tree I can consult so I can figure out who it is?
うちは女系なのかしら。
Okay, we got a maternal line.
お母さんが8人目。お社様の生まれ変わりなの。でもこれは内緒よ。誰にも言ってはいけないことになってるの。だからこのことを知っているのは死んだおばあちゃんと私とリカ、お母さんとあなたとの秘密よ。ね。
Okay, I just thought of something really crazy. If Hanyuu suspicions that whatever power is keeping her from entering this world being somehow tied to Hanyuu herself and maybe her past or Himazawa or whatever it was she said exactly is true, and that's some kind of power or figure or something that's tied to Himazawa itself, and could actually affect her directly because maybe it's a similar power or something to her. What if it's Rika's mother that's actually keeping Hanyuu from entering this world and created this whole situation with the fragment being in the world itself? What if she's the one that brought us here to this world? Now, I know how crazy that sounds, and that begs the obvious question. Okay, so how would this version of Rika's mother know about us, specifically, the version of Rika that we know? And how would she have been able to exactly summon us to this world and trap us? And most importantly, why would she do this? Especially since it's clear that she already had there was already a Rika Fruity in this world to begin with. I have no idea. This is just a wild idea that just popped in my head. I have virtually little to no evidence whatsoever other than just pure speculation and the fact that she just revealed to us she is in this world the 8th female child from the Fruity lineage, and is thus in this world the reincarnation of Orishiro-sama. So, if by virtue of that role, she should have her own Hanyuu, maybe, right? Or maybe it's not so much Rika herself, mom herself. And okay, now that I think about it now, maybe it's not her mom, maybe it's not Mama herself, but maybe this world has a version of Hanyuu that's keeping our Hanyuu from entering. Because that would probably actually make sense then, if it's a power that could actually directly interfere with Hanyuu, because it would be another Hanyuu that could actually be the one interfering. But that's the thing. Again, like I said, I have no real evidence whatsoever other than just a mere possibility. But I wonder. I wonder. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on Rika's mother for now, just on the off chance that maybe, as crazy as what I just said sounds, I might actually be onto something. Yeah, this chapter gets it. I assume Rika's. Yeah, this chapter gets it right, and I still don't know how the genealogy of the Fruity family is messed up in this world, because how can Rika's mother be the 8th descendant? Well, apparently, the only thing I can think of is that there had to have been an extra child within the Fruity family in this world that we have yet to learn about. So I think the most obvious thing we should do right now, at the very least, is see if we can look up a family tree and figure out who this extra descendant is, and then start from there. If nothing else, I think that in itself is a very valuable clue that's worth investigating. I'm just hoping that Rika will end up thinking the same thing and do just that. Sometimes, as proof of trust between girls, they reveal secrets to one another. For my mother, this was probably a trivial secret that she could use for that reason. But for me, it was different. Hanyuu was able to appear before the eighth of 8 consecutive generations of girls, before Orishiro-sama's reincarnation. But in this world, Rika Furuti wasn't the 8th. She wasn't Orishiro-sama's reincarnation. So, in this world, Hanyuu couldn't appear before Rika Furuti. Probably because the Hanyuu in this world is actually appearing before your mother. And that was when, with my face buried in my mother's chest, I felt a warmth. No, a literal heat. Does she have a fever? No. It's felt the same as Hanyuu's power. Well, this was a secret. With my grandmother dead, there was only one who knew my mother was Orishiro-sama's reincarnation. The woman herself. Which meant, if my mother was gone, the fragment of there already being a reincarnation of Orishiro-sama in this world would disappear. So you think the fragment's in her, huh? Maybe great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother was a twin, and most of the time is born after their twin brother. But in this world, she was born first? Well, I'd say that's possible. Again, I think it would help us considerably if we could at least look at the family tree. And I felt my eyes drying up as I plummeted to the bottom of the abyss of despair. It was her. Mom had the fragment in her. If I could have, I would have chosen to never remember what that fact entailed. Well, even if my crazy theory isn't correct, I think we've basically at the very least confirmed that Rika's mother has likely has the fragment inside her, if nothing else, which is a problem because we still haven't fully confirmed if we actually have to kill the person who has the fragment. or if there's some other way we can acquire it without having to shed any blood. I'm still of the opinion that, per the rest of the series leading up to this point, that the key to achieving our true happy ending requires us to not shed any blood. So I'm going to go with the assumption that, yeah, whatever it is we have to do exactly, it won't involve having to actually kill her. But I do wonder, though, just what exactly is it that we're supposed to do? Because I don't think that just befriending Mommy Dearest, per se, is by itself really going to cut it in this case. Got quite a conundrum here, don't we? If I remember correctly, it's mentioned the first child of every generation has always been a girl. Yeah, that's pretty much has been the case from what I remember too. When it was mentioned that the first child of every generation, when was it mentioned the first child has ever been a girl? I don't remember that. I think it was during one of the question arc chapters of the main story, if I remember right. Can't tell you which one it is, though, but I think it was mentioned as early as one of them, at the very least. I only remember the prophecy about when the Fruity was a firstborn girl 8 generations in a row. Yeah, I mean, I think that's it right there, actually. And I think I could be wrong about this too, because it's just been such a while since I've done the question arc chapters in the main story, but I want to say I think that prophecy was actually mentioned during one of them. But yeah, I'm sure it has been mentioned before in the main story. Again, feel free to correct me if you actually got the facts straight here. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but that's just what I vaguely remember at the very least, at least right now. It could have been in Higurashi or Matsuri Bayashi from Rika's perspective, or from the question arcs like Neo said, or am I completely wrong? Yeah, I wish I could tell you if you were or not here, but again, I admit, even my memory on when exactly this was first mentioned is a bit hazy. So I don't think I can really be terribly reliable here. When I tried using the crystal ball of Yamamoto today, it still hadn't recovered enough for him to talk to Hanyuu. Only half a day had passed. But if I went to the storehouse, I'd get through. Hanyuu once told me the air from the past had remained in the storehouse, and that she felt uncomfortable there. Maybe that meant the storehouse was filled with Hanyuu's power. In other words, while the crystal ball didn't have quite enough power, maybe being in the storehouse would help a little. Late that night, I slipped out of bed and snuck into the storehouse. I need to reread it then, because I have no memory of it being said that has always been a girl as a firstborn. Well, it's also possible maybe I'm misremembering what the prophecy actually said. So, yeah, again, take what I'm saying with a pinch of salt. I wish my memory was a bit more reliable on this particular subject, but alas. I wanted nothing more than to talk to Hanyuu. I went to the altar before the holy vessel and spoke into the crystal ball.
聞こえる？羽生。
The light in the ball was feeble, but its otherworldly glow was clearly present. Please, let her hear me. My wish was granted, and a quiet voice, so low it might disappear at any moment, spoke in answer.
聞こえますのですよ、リカ。羽生、よかった。聞いて。私。
I opened myself up to the shrink, and the shrink stabbed me in the back!
どうしていいかわかんないの。わかんない。
This wasn't a time for crying. I needed to tell her everything I discovered and asked Hanyuu's opinion. I quashed my frantic emotions and told her the fragment was in my mother. Hanyuu stayed quiet for a few moments. She knew, of course, that I'd have to kill my mother to return the fragment to the world of the gods.
納得よね。あんたはお社様の生まれ変わりの前に姿を現す。この世界の私は8代目じゃないから。あんたは私の前に現れることができない。9代目はダメってことなの。大昔のことです。私ですらほとんど忘れてしまった太古の昔。
It happened back when Hanyuu was still living in Hinamizawa, before Hanyuu became Orishiro-sama. It was how it all began, which Hanyuu never told me about no matter how much I asked her. Back when she was a demon slayer!
僕が、いえ、私が神になろうと決めたとき、私の娘、リカのご先祖は、それをとても悲しみました。私がそう決めたのが、人の世に絶望したからだと知っていたからです。
I took all the sins of the human world upon me, for there was no other way to cleanse those sins other than to destroy the sinners themselves. People were forcing their sins on each other. An ugly existence. Their excessive cruelty caused me to lose hope in this world. I understood all the sins of the human world and cleansed them by letting them kill me. I entrusted that final duty to my own daughter. I thought that unless I gave her that role, she would one day be despised as the daughter of a demon god, and lose all hope in the human world herself. My daughter didn't like that role, but she understood the weight of her mission. In the end, she went through with it. But she said something to me. That she would change the human world, which only the price of life could purify its sins. Humans would combine their strength and help each other, cooperating with mutual benefit in mind. She swore to me that she would create this utopia, which her mother had only dreamed of. Please, Mother, do not lose hope in the world of man. I swear that I shall heal that sadness. But I would become a god. I couldn't accept my daughter's feelings. No, actually, that wasn't it. I had already lost hope in the corrupted world of man, and I just didn't want to look at it anymore. But my daughter made a firm promise that she would remake that world into something better. Then I shall believe in what you feel. When in this land people live happily, aid one another, support one another, and think as one, I shall return to this land once more. Yeah, ancient times. It sounds like much more than just 8 generations in the past. But we know Rika is the first Hanyuu was able to appear to, as Rika was the first eighth firstborn female in a row. There's a theory that Rika is not Rishiro-sama's reincarnation, but Hanyuu's daughter's reincarnation instead. Well, given how we saw in Kotohogushi that Uka, I think, yeah, her name was Uka, was basically a dead ringer for Rika during that time period in terms of appearance and mannerisms in a lot of ways and stuff like that. I mean, that I could believe it if that's indeed what they were going for. My daughter killed me and took control of the village. The divine power of the demon god dwelling within her. She became their leader and created doctrines so that everyone would trust in and help one another. By making them to fear a curse where discordant hearts would revive the specter of the demon god. She led them strictly, not letting my purification go to waste, so that those purified sins would never again revisit the village. And so the village did regain a temporary peace, but I never descended to them again. I had rejected the human world much too strongly. But no matter how strong the power to reject, it can never last forever. Whether hearts, or walls, or lids, or doors, there is nothing that time will not decay. Even the power shutting me away from the human world wouldn't last forever. My daughter would learn the limits of that power through a revelation from a higher god than me. It was said that when 8 generations of Furuti bore a girl as their first child, I would come again. The miracle of 8 consecutive firstborn girls would be the key that broke my power of rejection. My daughter left that legend to the Furuti family, and it passed down to her descendants, so that this land would continue becoming my ideal.
だからリカ、あなたが8人目として生まれた時、僕は人の世との接点を再び持てたのです。確かに大昔は人の世を嫌って無視していました。でも誰とも交流できない1000人は私の悲しみを癒してもなおあまりある時間。
A millennium? We're talking like millennium as in 1,000 years, right? If that's indeed the case, then we'd be talking about a lot more than just 8 generations here. 8 consecutive generations. That's what you just said, yes? Okay, so, yeah. When 8 generations of freeborn girl is their first child, the miracle of 8 consecutive firstborn girls would be the key. Okay, wait, so actually no, then... in that case, then... all that would really need to happen then is yeah, so what could end up actually happening then is multiple centuries of descendants, multiple centuries could pass where the Furuti family would create more and more descendants, but it wouldn't be until 1,000 years where there would end up being 8 consecutive generations in a row much later on. That would end up actually occurring, and thus allow the power of rejection that you mentioned to fully fade away and allow you to enter the world. So I guess when you look at it like that, I guess it's possible for there to have been a 1,000-year gap. If it's not that though, then you got me, really. Yeah, that confirms it. Yeah, seems like it to me. But a millennium without contact was more than enough time to heal my sadness.
いつしか私は誰とも交流できない世界に むしろ悲しみすら覚えるようになりました。私が拒んだつもりでいた1000年は実は私を閉ざす罰のような1000年でもあったのです。私は人の世を浅はかな気持ちで嫌い、絶望したことを悟りました。そして悟り始めた時、フルデ家に女子が続けて生まれ始めた。あなたの母が身ごもった時、それが女子であってほしいと私がどれだけ祈ったことか。でしょうね。私が最初に見た顔は母じゃなくてあんただった気がするもの。この1000年は人の世を見限った私に対する罪だったのかもしれません。人は人の世に生きる。そして生まれた世界に懸命でなくてはならない。それを軽んじ世界を容易に手放そうとする者は1000年にも及ぶ流罪に等しい罰を受けなければならないのかもしれません。
Hanyuu's words were heavy. Maybe, having been carefree in our walk between countless worlds, even comparing our own lives to dice rolls, we had been sinful.
私は1000年ぶりの友人であり娘であるあなたと人生を共にしました。そして昭和58年の袋小路にぶつかり、私は再び罪を犯しました。あなたの運命を変えるために力を使ったことです。私たちは一番最初のあの世界で高野に腹を裂かれて死ぬ運命を受け入れるべきだったと言いたいの。
I believe that's indeed what she's saying, yes.
リカには残酷でしょうが、今の僕にはそう思います。僕は僕の生きる世界をないがしろにした。そしてリカの生きる世界までないがしろにしている。あなたと一緒の世界を懸命に生き、その最後を形にかかわらず歓迎すべきであった。やめて。あんたは自虐によって心地いいかもしれないけど、あんな運命に屈服したくない。もっともっと素晴らしい人生のためにどこまでも戦っていこうって言って、あんたと100年にも及ぶ旅路を共にしたはず。その果てにそんなことを言い出すなんてめちゃくちゃだわ。そんなのはあんたの干渉よ。そうしてあんたは私と共に築いてきたこの100年とその果てに掴んだ世界もないがしろにしようというのね。
Honestly, I do agree with Rika here. I think you're basically doing what you're doing right now. What you were criticizing yourself of having done back in the past. You're still making the same mistake.
勝手な話じゃない。死にゆく獣を助けて越に浸るのは人の罪です。雪山は獣を殺し、その数を神に委ねます。私が死ぬのも運命だったと今頃言い出すわけ？あんたどうかしてるわ。あんたがどう言おうと私たちの勝ち取った世界は汗の結晶のような世界よ。その輝きは私とあなたにしかわからないはず。そのあなたがあの世界を否定するの。リカ、話を戻します。僕は8代目のあなたと一緒にこの世界を満喫したら、あなたの人生の終末と一緒に消え去るつもりでした。
Which we more or less see end up actually happening in Neosekken Emote.
あなたが生きているうちには関係ないことだから、あなたに話したことはありませんでした。その世界ではあなたの母が8代目。つまりすでに私は人の世と接点を持ち、素晴らしいひなみ沢に満足して さらに上の世界へ消え去った後の世界なのです。私がもう消え去っている後の世界だから、そこに私は現れることができない。
So there's basically no external force then that's actually keeping you from entering per se, but rather it's because the Hanyuu in this world already fulfilled her role, so therefore, because of that, you can't enter it. Do I understand that right?
でもそこにあんたの世界のかけらが紛れ込んでる。そしてそれが母にあった。つまりこういうことでしょ。母が8代目であることは母しか知らない。それを殺せばあんたが現れることができないという矛盾の力が消える。正解？そうです。本来ならリカのお母さんがその世界の8代目であることは歴然とした事実であり、
Obvious to you, perhaps, but it wasn't to us.
お母さんを殺したからといって変わることではありません。ですが異なる世界から漂着したリカには、それは例えるなら船をつなぎ止めるもやいと同じ。その事実を知るのがお母さんだけで幸いでした。もし他にも大勢知る人がいたなら、リカはその全員を殺さなければならなかった。リカは元の世界に戻るために母を殺すべきかこの世界にとどまるべきかを私に意見してもらいたかったのでしょう。そうよ。私もリカのいる世界かどういう世界かずっと調べていました。そしてそこがどういう世界なのかを理解し、やがてこの日が訪れることを予想していました。悩んだリカが私に相談することも、そしてその結果を受けて世界を選ぼうとすることも予想していました。だから悩みました。あなたをどう導くべきかを。神の世の言葉と違い、人の世の言葉は狭い。どう言葉を選んでも意味が偏る。あなたに本当の意味で選んでもらうためにはどう言葉をかけるべきか、本当に悩みました。そして今も悩んでいます。なぜならあなたは私に答えを委ねているから。私がこっちの世界にせよと助言したならそちらを選ぶ気でいる。そのために払う代価の責任を私に転嫁しながら。それは卑劣なことだし、そんなことで選んだ人生に価値はない。あなたはあまたの世界を渡り歩き、人の世の外側に足跡を残した人間として責任ある選択をしなくてはならない。
Well, on that we certainly agree.
私に頼ることなく自分の力で。言いたいことはわかるわ。あんたの言う通りにしたからこうなったなんて責任転嫁されたらたまらないもんね。自分の人生を自分で決めろってことくらい理解できる。伝えたかったのです。私はリカと人生を一緒にできて幸せでした。そしてあまたの世界を共にし、ひなみ沢が優しい助け合いに満ちていたことを知りました。私の欲しかった世界は全て満たされたのです。だからリカが私のいない世界を選び、僕がこのまま消えてしまっても幸せだと、それを伝えたかったのです。
Hanyuu had foreseen this. Foreseen that this world would grow ever warmer for me. But Hanyuu herself was in opposition to this world. Any amount of discussing this with Hanyuu, who is from the previous world, would only make it more difficult to forsake that one. She had even anticipated that, after discussing it with her, I would need to make a decision from an impartial viewpoint. That's why she said it. She wanted to accept whatever fate Rika decision gave her. She didn't want me to worry about her, and lived in the world that I liked best. Well, I'll tell you which world I liked best. The one where I got to see Takano's cleavage.
仮にこの世界に生きることを選んだとして、あんたはどうなるの？リカと僕の長い旅はその世界のルールで終焉します。つまりリカにはその世界での人生が、そして僕にはその世界ですでに終わってしまった事実が適用される。
That and Okanogi in a scuba swimsuit.
つまりあんたは消えてしまうってことじゃない。でもそれはとても心地よいことなのです。リカはそれを僕の死と考えるようですが。
I mean, functionally speaking, it more or less would be.
僕もその世界における自分は死んでいると最初はそう考えました。ですがその世界における羽生は消えてしまってはいますが、喜びに満ちているのです。あなたのお母さんと人生を共にして楽しい時間を過ごした。お母さんはまだ生きていますが、その世界の僕は優しさに包まれながら二度と目覚めぬまどろみの中で楽しい夢を見続けているのです。その温かさと心地よさはきっとこの世に生まれ入れる前の母の体内にも似ている。それを知ってしまったから僕はリカがむしろその世界を受け入れた方がいいとすら思っているのですよ。
You are really not making this easy for me. I just want to let you know that, Hanyuu. You are really not making this an easy decision for me.
あんた本気？リカも1000年を生きてみればこの温かさを理解できるようになりますのですよ。
I could feel an ecstasy in Hanyuu's words. Hanyuu had lived for a millennium, and she understood that in a way I couldn't.
冗談じゃない。私は100歳程度の若造だから理解不能よ。
I'm just a kid. I'm only 100 years old. Okay, in context it makes sense, but it's still funny to actually hear that. Okay, if you're only just a kid when you're 100 years old, then what does that make the rest of us, I wonder? Infants?
リカ。
Only in anime. Yep, only in anime.
もういい加減に僕のことを理由に選択肢から逃れるのをやめにしませんか？
That was the truth. My old world and this one are being weighed on scales in my heart. It isn't tipping, even slightly, toward either side. Trying to shift a responsibility for choosing onto Hanyuu was just me being irresponsible.
リカの選択の助けになるよう、私の知るその世界の蘇生を全て話しましょう。まず、私たちに運命が打ち破れることを何度も教えてくれる前原圭一。
Oh, actually, I think I like this CG more than the other one. I think I'll use this one instead. Oh, hold on just a second. Bada beam, bada boom. Up, up. There we go. Want to make it pixel perfect. Get in there. There we go. There we go. Alright, there we go. Now I think that's definitely a lot more eye-catching. If I remember correctly, in the manga, it wasn't so much the knowledge about the mother being Orishiro-sama, but Hanyuu leaving the fragment behind as a gift, leaving your key behind at home, and locking the door as you leave. Well, I haven't read any. I still have yet to read any of the manga adaptations of Higurashi. So that'll definitely be an interesting thing to compare it to when I eventually can get around to doing that. But given what we were just explained here, I guess that analogy kind of fits. Well, I guess that definitely explains what happened to this version of Keiichi. Also, I just now note from this angle, I'm just now maybe it's because it's from this angle that I can actually see it properly, I think, but Hanyuu's left horn right here, is that a nick in her horn, like from a blade or something cutting into it? I can't quite tell if it's that or if it's just a little ridge or something, because her other horn on the right side of her head is completely smooth from end to end. If this is a nick, like from like a scar or something, I wonder what caused it. Because if I remember correctly, I think she had this on her horn even back in Kotohogushi too, if I remember correctly. Wow, finally noticed after 5 years. I guess so. I'm special. What can I say? That's my excuse. I'm just special. Yeah, it always had a crack. Okay. Okay, so it was always there. Okay. I'm funny, if I do say so myself. Normally, I pride myself on being able to have a keen eye for observation on most things, but every so often, that eye of mine fails, and it fails pretty spectacularly when it does. Case in point, the horn. I crack me up. Get it? I crack me up? Like the horn on her head? Time that took you to see Hanyuu, so time to get to chapter 7. God, I truly amaze myself sometimes. I honest to God do. Or honest to Hanyuu do. Okay, I'll stop now. For now.
圭一の罪がないわけね。だから引っ越しもしない。
竜宮レナも両親の会社が潰れませんから茨城への引っ越しをしませんでした。だから離婚も起きない。だからそれを理由にレナが罪を感じることもない。
Reina had no sin either.
園崎ミオンと園崎シオンは背中に入れ墨を入れる儀式の日入れ替わりをしませんでした。
なるほど。学校のミオンがどことなく雰囲気が違うような気がしてた。
Really? I didn't notice. I mean, she didn't seem significantly different in comparison to everybody else. If that makes any sense. I mean, everybody in this world at first seemed a bit different given... And I assumed that was just because the circumstances of the world itself that we're in right now in of itself is wildly different. So everybody's relationships with each other as a consequence of that was different. So, I mean, I just assumed that whatever differences in Mion's personality was just because of that and nothing else. Didn't realize there was more to it than what I was actually seeing on the surface. By the way, while I did update my comment on the last part in Kodogushi, Hanyuu backstory, YouTube didn't want to post my other comment on my final thoughts on the arc. Yeah, YouTube is a real pain in the bloody ass when it comes to stuff, when it comes to writing any number of comments, really. I mean, if it detects you using either keywords or certain sentences all used in conjunction in certain ways, or some other weird little thing going on with whatever algorithms or bots or what have you that just scans your comment, it will often either shadow ban the comment itself, shadow ban you, or just simply not go through altogether. So I mean, I've been having trouble with that quite a bit lately, even on my personal account. Whenever I do bother to comment on a number of YouTube videos, so it's just gotten to a point where I typically, if I notice there's any issues, I just try to find I immediately try to find whatever workarounds I can to get around it. If that requires me to post it somewhere else or something, but yeah, just do whatever you need to, whatever you feel is necessary to do in order to get me to see whatever it is that you said here, because YouTube just does not want to make the end user experience easy for any of us. Honestly, it's a wonder why I haven't even opened a Rumble account yet for this channel. Need to diversify my platform a bit. I need to stop being lazy about that.
妹が詳しいなんて言い方をしてたし。なるほど。納得ね。
Oh, I see. That was, yeah. Because the Mion that we normally know is more knowledgeable about the board games. Oh, that right there was my hint. It completely went over my head. Damn. So I posted it in general on Discord. However, it is rather lengthy, but I did also mention the scroll about the crack in that post. I'll try to take a look at it when I get some time later then.
だからミオンは当主跡継ぎの座を妹に押し付けることにならず、当主の修行をしながら日々を過ごしています。
そしてシオンも本家の邪魔にならず影から支えられるよう遠方の学園で一人今日も努力して頑張っています。あの姉妹はかつて入れ墨の入れ替わりで互いに罪を感じ合っていた。それがないってことは
Mia and Shion had no sin.
もうこれ以上話す必要もないでしょうが、北条聡子にも親殺しの罪がありません。聡子は義理の父との交流を深め家族仲を再構築しました。そのため悪い病気に取りつかれることもなかった。北条家も村と敵対せずだから聡子には罪がない。いや聡子たち一家にとってここは理想の世界ということね。
For Sadako and her family. Wait, no. Isn't this the ideal world for everybody? Honestly, the more that we learn about it, it really does seem like that's the case. You know, despite the fact that the whole village is going to be sleeping with the fishes in 6 months. Literally in this case. Keiichi came to Hinamizawa because he had committed a sin. But in this world, he didn't, and was right now living his very best. Reina avoided her sad fate too, and never sinned. She called herself by her given name, Reina, and was living happily. Mia and Shion were leading happy lives too. Without the tattoo incident, they were friendly sisters, the way they'd been born. They were forced to live apart due to family matters, but that wouldn't be enough to tear them apart. For Sadako, this world was exactly the world of her dreams. Surrounded by the warmth of her family and big brother, she was leading a bright and healthy life. And we played Cupid and helped her pair up with Chair-kun. This is the world that I, as her friend, should be wishing for the most. For Saoshi as well, this was the only world in which he still existed. Now, Rika, he still existed in the other worlds, he was just right under everybody's noses. Literally. In all the worlds I'd been to, this was the only one where he was alive. Saoshi couldn't exist anywhere but here. And Rika for Rudy. For Rika, this world was... Maybe I had 0 friends. Compared to my old world, that was very sad. But I could change that now, through time and effort. Maybe I was sad Keiichi wasn't here. But Keiichi was living a resolute life in the place he originally lived. Instead, I had Saoshi. He wasn't the same as Keiichi, but he was very kind and considerate. Even the club I was disappointed didn't exist could start the very next day, if I wanted it to. With the Hojo siblings, Mion, Reina, and me. And maybe my other classmates too? What would the club be like with so many people? I didn't think I'd be able to compare it to the fun we had with Keiichi and the rest. I knew I wouldn't be able to place one over the other. My parents were in this world, and I'd already learned how to interact with them, as Rika Furuti, who had regained the love of her family. My parents weren't in the previous world, but I had lively roommates that wouldn't leave me feeling lonely. Sadako. and Hanyuu. If I chose this world, I'd have to say goodbye to Hanyuu, the friend I'd spent 100 years with. Friend? No. If what Hanyuu said was true, then she was my ancestor and a mother to me. Which meant she was on the exact same level as my father and mother. She was my family. My parents and Hanyuu were both very important to me. I couldn't possibly weigh them against each other.
その世界は誰かの夢が作り出した理想の世界なのです。あなたに関わる全ての人間に罪がない。それはとてもとても純粋で透き通った美しい世界なのです。その世界では私はすでに消え去っており、リカの人生を汚していない。だから僕にも罪がない。そしてリカ、あなたも自らの人生を汚していないから罪がない。あの高野にすら罪がない。誰から誰まで罪がない。真っ白な世界。そうです。今のリカはその世界を選ぶことができます。これは僕にも預かり知れない運命のサイコロの神様が100年の旅の果てにくださった貴重な機会なのかもしれません。
Yeah, while after all this framing, there is something to be said about this world and everything it has to offer. At the end of the day, I only found myself in this world through careless behavior on my part, courtesy of riding my bike on that highway. Whereas to the other world, I worked my ass off to earn the ending that I got in the world I came from previously. Shedded literal blood, sweat, and tears for it for over 100 years, dying repeatedly, only to come up with that particular result. So, warts and all, that is the world that I had, for all intents and purposes, earned for myself, and the ending that comes with it. If you were to ask me personally, it wouldn't feel right for me to just abandon that world after everything that I had gone through to get it for myself. You know what I mean? This world was just handed to me through sheer stupidity and dumb luck. It would feel like a massive slap in the face to both all the effort that I put into earning the previous world and everybody else that lived in that world too, that wanted to enjoy that same happy ending along with me. The other people being the club members and everybody else from the village, all those people. So, I would choose the previous world personally if it were me, with that thought in mind, because I don't want to just reduce the value of that previous world that I worked so hard to make a reality and just reduce it to nothing. Warts and all, flaws and all, it is indeed the world I earned for myself, so I should be able to live in it.
もう少し慈悲深い与え方だったらよかったのにね。ですからその神様は元の世界へ戻る道も与えてくれました。母殺しという最大の罪を犯すことによってその罪なき楽園を自ら追放されることを選ぶことです。羽生、あんたは娘に撃たれたって言ってたわね。
Okay, so I checked and you started chapter 7 4 years and 6 months ago. I'm so sorry for exaggerating the length of time you didn't notice. I mean, hey, it's still close, okay? it's still close enough to 5 years, so it's not that far off. Too bad it doesn't delete the old comment on the video chat. I mean, hey, it's fine. It really is. Still doesn't change the fact that it took me 4 years and 6 months to actually notice the damn thing. Notice that it was a crack, I mean.
母殺しを繰り返すことをどう思うの？
リカのお母さんならこう言うでしょう。娘が幸せになれるなら自分の命など惜しくないと。リカにはまだわかりません。子を持ち母となった身にしかわからぬ気持ちです。かつて一度は母になったからわかる。もしリカが元の世界の方が幸せだったと言えるなら、リカのお母さんは喜んでその命を差し出すでしょう。
まさかあの人に限ってそんなこと言うわけないでしょ。
You say that, but given how different this world is compared to most other worlds that we've been into up to this point, how can you really say that for sure?
頭は大丈夫って言われてヒステリックに叫ばれるだけよ。
But then I remembered my mother's smile when we made curry together. Would it be so strange if such fearsome words came from her mouth?
僕は娘に撃たれたことを後悔していません。そのおかげで娘に引き継がれたかもしれない罪が払われたのです。私が命を惜しんでいたら娘もまた私と同じように迫害されていたかもしれないのですから。
でもあんたを撃った娘の気持ちを考えたことはある？死んだ方は気楽よね。勝手に献身美徳によって成仏できる。でもね、殺した方はその十字架を背負ってずっと生きていくのよ。あんたさっき言わなかった？
Yeah, you did say that before, Hanyuu.
あんたを撃った娘があんたのために助け合いの心の宿でひなみ沢を作ると誓ったって。そして1000年かけてあんたの娘たちはあんたの罪に付き合ったのよ。あんたは死ぬべきじゃなかったんじゃない？何の罪を背負わされたのか知らないけど生きて戦うべきだった。子孫が罪を背負わずに済むように戦うべきだった。
It's easy enough for you to say that, but given the context that we were given in Koto Higuchi, apparently full-blown demonification is something that can't just be fought off, so Hanyuu was kind of doomed by the time that she went full-blown crazy and set the whole village on fire. Unfortunately.
なのにあんたが屈したから1000年もの間あんたの子孫たちがあんたの十字架を背負い続けた。
Actually, no. I think what she actually means in this context is Hanyuu shouldn't have given in to the despair and anger that she felt when exposed to the cruelty of the human world that she was living in. In this context, referring to what ended up happening to Uka and her family right in front of her before she went off the deep end. She shouldn't have given in to that despair. If that's indeed what she actually means, then yeah, I can better understand what she's saying then.
そうじゃないの。
Hanyuu was silent. That, without a doubt, was Hanyuu's sin. It was easy to die for her daughter's sake. But her daughter's guilt would never heal. But when Hanyuu answered, she remained undaunted.
ならリカ、私は生きて戦うべきだったというリカ、あなたはその世界にいる今どうするというのですか。その世界にいるという現実を受け入れ、元の世界と異なるいくつかの違和感と戦いながらその世界で生きることを望みますか。100年の果てに掴んだ手垢と汗にまみれた、それでもなお美しいあの世界を見捨てて。
Again, if it were me, I wouldn't abandon it. She was right. Maybe this world was beautiful. But that didn't mean the way my old world shone wasn't beautiful too. Why wouldn't it be? We'd won that fate after such a long journey.
そしてあなたは100年の末に掴んだあの世界を元の世界と今なお呼ぶなら、この世界の居心地がどんなに良くてもそれを全て投げ捨ててこの世界に留まりたい気持ちを打ち払って戦ってでも元の世界へ帰るべきなのではないですか。あなたに関わる人々が罪から解放されたこの世界を打ち壊してでも。
My daughter, who tells me to fight. You too should fight. To fight is not to defeat and overcome the obstacles before you. In the end, that is no more than a simple detour on the straight path before you. To truly fight is to make your own choices. At every choice in life, at every crossroads, people hesitate. Having one choice brightly illuminated and then selecting it. Such a predetermined choice is not a fight. When no matter how many times you are presented with the choice, you choose the same one, it's inevitability. A real choice is when you think and worry, when you never know which you should choose. It is precisely the same as the choice between the red box and blue box you spoke of once before. Will you choose the red box or the blue? To choose without guidance demands incredible courage and determination. Now that I think about it, this red box and blue box analogy, wasn't it in chapter 6 that this analogy was used? Because I vaguely remember this. I actually do. I'm pretty sure it's in one of the answer arcs. That was a true choice. Chapter 4, if I remember correctly. Well, okay, so question arc, but still, it's the last question arc. Oh wait, no. Question arc is chapters 1 through 3. That's right. That's right. The rest are answer arcs, I think, with chapter 4 being a special prequel arc of sorts, but not a question arc per se. Chapter 5 with Shion protagonist. Okay, there we go. Well, it's an answer arc of some kind. I'm confident of at least that much. If you knew that what was in the boxes, it would no longer be a choice. It is because you do not know what is inside that you can be satisfied with what is in the box you choose. Clearly, you've never met me before. Chapter 4 is still question arc. You know what? Why don't I just look it up right now? Higurashi and question arcs are... No, that's not it. I was just on this page. What the hell? Alright, I don't want to be on Reddit, but if it helps, it helps. First 4 arcs, okay. Okay, glad we got that squared away. Got it. If you knew the contents of the other, it could lead to despair. Being left at a crossroads with no guidance and no hints is what it means to live. You may lazily continue to choose the right, or knock over the sign and choose at random. You may also search carefully for hints, worrying over how beneficial the left or right would be, and remain at the crossroads forever. Thus, you would be able to accept the final result awaiting you as you own responsibility, would you not? You would not grow old and go into your coffin wanting advice from your parents, would you? Worry, choose, and go forward. That is the fight. I earnestly worried and chose my own life. My daughters earnestly worried and chose their own lives. For each and every one of us, that is sacred. It is precious. The descendant 1,000 years later must not sully that. All who lived in that age were always beautiful. You must not speak of their lives using the values of later generations.
Finally, とても重要なことを話しますです。リカと僕をつなぐそのカムの御事乗りの力は、もうじきその力を永遠に失います。僕がその世界に干渉することは永遠にありません。
Oh, great. Even more good news.
あんたにありがたい説教をもらうのも今夜限りってわけね。それからもう一つ、リカのお母さんに現れたかけらは明日の日没と同時にその力を永遠に失います。
So tomorrow is it, one way or the other, huh?
失うのは消えるという意味じゃない。リカの手でかけらを取り戻せる機会が永遠に失われるという意味です。つまり明日の夕方までに決断しなくちゃ元の世界に戻るという選択肢もなくなるってことね。
It's really not much time.
選択を保留するという第三の選択肢はないってことか。いいえ、選択を逃げ最後の時間にわざと目をつむり消極的にその世界にとどまる道を選ぶこともできます。その場合は積極的に選んだ場合と違った生き方になるでしょうが。
Whether or not I chose proactively was also whether or not I would accept this world. If I continued to live here without accepting it, I would drag along all the distress that I currently held, forever. Compared to that, maybe it would be a lot better just to choose one or the other. Honestly, I agree. But even that wasn't easy. Even if it's not an easy decision, I think it's still ultimately a better one to make. Hanyuu had said that that very distress itself was the battle.
さあ、リカ、戦いなさい。その戦いは明日の日没まで続く。でもどうか逃げないで。なぜならどちらの世界を決断したとしても その世界は必ず素晴らしいものだから。あの100年を戦い抜き得た世界が素晴らしかったように、戦い抜いて選んだ世界は必ず素晴らしくなる。だからリカ、決して戦わぬことで片方を選ばぬように。悩まぬ選択肢の結果に人間が満足することは絶対にないのだから。ありがとう、羽生。私戦ってみるわ。この選択と、もしあなたと再会できるなら元の世界で、もしこの世界だったならゆっくりと休んで1000年の疲れを癒して。今日までありがとう。本当にありがとう。私、あなたの力のおかげで自分の人生を何度でもやり直せるものだと勘違いしてきた。そんな私じゃきっと元の世界に生きてもどっかでおかしくなったと思う。何かにちょっとでもつまずいたらやり直せばいいやって簡単に考えたと思う。そんなんじゃ素晴らしい世界になんてなるわけないよね。その意味ではあなたがこの力を私に使わなければよかったという罪もちょっぴりだけ理解できるわ。でもそれは軽い人生を歩んできた私の罪でもある。
Birds of a feather flock together.
あまたの世界でサイコロを振り直すと称して自分の命を粗末にした。この世界はそんな私に人生の重さを教えてくれたんだと思う。その末がどっちに転んでも素敵な世界だなんて本当にラッキーじゃない。私は多分あまたの世界で一番幸運な人間に違いないわ。ありがとう、羽生。こんなバカで身の程知らずの私に最後の最後まで。私一生懸命悩むよ。いっぱいいっぱい悩んで本当に本当に素敵な世界をつかみ取るから。
Immortality makes you forget the value of life. Yeah. It pretty much, yeah. I can imagine it easily would for pretty much anybody. I don't mean just in a fictional context either, but say it were possible in real life to somehow gain immortality, you appreciate life more because you have that innate understanding that it's not going to last forever. It could end abruptly. It could end abruptly without warning anytime it wants to. So, in order to get the most out of life, you gotta try to live it as best you can, to the fullest as best you can. If you don't have to worry about that inevitability of all that coming to an end someday, then you just don't appreciate it as much because, for lack of a better word, there's no consequence to taking life lightly at that point.
だからありがとう、羽生。ねえ、返事してよ。
crystal ball was now quiet and cold in my hands. It gave off only a dull reflection of the flashlight that illuminated me. She probably heard you. I shed all the tears I could. I thought if I didn't, I would hesitate when it came time to choose. So I cried out everything I had. And I thanked her for our 100-year relationship. Because, depending on my choice, I might never get to say those words again. Then, I replaced the crystal ball on the altar, where it was now just a marble, slipped out of the storehouse, and crawled back into bed. There was no way I was going to sleep. At least, that was what I thought, until I wrapped myself in linens, felt the cool wind on my bare feet, and drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Rika Fruity was going to sleep. I was going to sleep. Good night, everyone. Good night, me. I must be getting close to the end of this, I assume. I got about a couple more hours left to go before I have to bring tonight's stream to a close, so I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back shortly, and hopefully, when I come back, we'll be able to finish what's left of this. So, BRB. Alright, I'm back. I had to take a few extra minutes because it turned out there was a package waiting for me, so wanted to check and see what was in it. But yeah, okay, so should be over in about an hour, if not less. Then yeah, alright. Then maybe we'll get this done tonight. So let's see. And the sun rose again on another wonderful day for Rika Furuti. She took her first step, her small first effort to become friends with her classmates. And at home, she was wrapped in her parents' love. And the sun brightening her wonderful day fell behind the mountains and disappeared. Long, long ago, there was a god who appeared before mankind. Bread rained down from the heavens. Some lamented that it was not meat. Meat rained down from the heavens. Some lamented they preferred bread. God descended down from the heavens. Until I know what will make all happy, water shall rain down. Water rained down from the heavens. All lamented that their clothes grew wet. Fire rained down from the heavens. All lamented that their homes burned down. God descended down from the heavens. Until I know what will make all happy, nothing shall rain down. Nothing rained down from the heavens. Some lamented that God had abandoned them. Many things rained down from the heavens. Some lamented that God would not make a choice. Huge rocks rained down from the heavens. At long last, there were none who lamented. Certainly one way to take care of the crybabies. Water rained down from the heavens. A passing traveler was grateful. God, thank you for your unexpected weather. With this, my journey will never be dull. God said nothing and watched him leave. All for the best. Gods and dice shall both be silent. Well, that's certainly one way to deal with a bunch of complainers. If they can't stop being indecisive, just rain down rocks on their heads. That'll shut them up. I don't know. Do I know you?
わかりますです。ここは。
After hearing that answer, the nurse burst out of the room in sheer surprise. How rude. You mentioned Irie. So, I'm back? I'm back in my original world? So, I can't say I'm surprised that she apparently did. But I guess she actually went through with it after all. My head hurts. Well, I mean, yeah, it's flat as a pancake, according to what Hanyuu told us in regards to what happened to us after we got hit. So, yeah, I'd imagine your head would hurt like nothing else if a car ran it over and squished it flat. No amount of aspirin would cure that headache.
本当によかった。何があったか覚えてますか？
ここは診療所ですか？
そうです。あなたはお友達とひなみ沢へ帰る途中、事故に遭って頭部を強打し、ずっと意識が戻らなかったのです。このままもう 意識が返ってこないのではないかと危ぶまれていました。よかった。本当によかった。
Yuri even had a few tears in his eyes as he spoke. I was still just a little scared. I wanted to make sure this was the world I knew so well. So I mustered my courage and asked Irie.
ええ、お友達のみんなもとても心配していたんですよ。さとこちゃんはもちろん、前原さんもミオンさんもレナさんも。残念ながらサトシ君はまだ目を覚ませる状態にはありませんが。
Yep, Big Bro's still in a coma. We're in our our original world, all right.
僕のお母さんは
記憶がまだ少し混乱しているようですね。長く意識が戻らないとよくあることです。
死んでるのですか？
ええ、2年前の綿流しの日に。眠っている間、お母さんの夢を見ていたのですか？
You could say that.
もういいのです。
Knowing that my mother is dead gave me a complex feeling. But there wasn't any doubt this was the world I knew so well. And according to Irie, it had been a little over a month since the accident. A whole month. Damn. After telling me he'd be right back, he scrambled out of the room. I left in my hospital room filled with the voices of cicadas. I could do nothing but wander through my vague memories for a time. I was fooling around on my bike while heading home from playing at the pool with everyone, and got hit by a car, right? But the world I awoke to after that is still vivid in my mind. And if this is my original world, then after grappling with that difficult choice, I chose my old world and safely ended my long journey to return to it? Or was all that just a long dream I had? Like Irie said, while I was in a coma from the accident. I didn't know.
羽生いる？
Yay, she's still here. I hope you're not upset with me over the choice I seemingly made.
よかった。目覚めた時にあんたが最初に見つからない世界は本当に心細いんだから。
そんなこと今までに一度だってありましたですか？いつだってリカが目を覚ました時には一番最初に目に入るのはこの僕なのですよ。
Huh? What are you talking about? Hanyuu speaks to me while wearing an affectionate expression, but her saying that at length just makes me remember the world of just a few moments ago. Because for the first time, Hanyuu wasn't there when I woke up.
羽生、あの世界は夢だったの？それとも現実？
This chapter didn't lie about its difficulty. No, it did not. I admit, even though she ended up making a decision I knew I would have chosen right from the start regardless, Hanyuu did raise some excellent points that made it a bit harder for me to have really, well, you know, consider that choice than what was easy for me right from the. Okay, I know I need. Well, let me try rewording this here. I feel like I'm stumbling over my words here a bit. My goal right from the start, same as Rika's, was to try to get back to my original world. That goal of mine never changed. But when forced to confront the realities of the new world that I found myself in, the choices I'd be making, the choice I would have to make, the actual weight behind the choice, and who could end up potentially affecting and how, it gave me pause. But even though it gave me pause, it ultimately didn't really deter me too much from making the same decision I already decided to make right from the start. But to its credit, it gave me pause. It really made me stop and think for a second if going back to my original world was truly the right decision in the end. So to this arc's credit, I give it props for that, if nothing else.
リカの言っている意味がよくわかりませんのです。何かありましたのですか?
Okay, she's either playing dumb with me right now, as a roundabout way of assuring me that everything's all right. She's just playing dumb. Or maybe that whole world really was a dream of sorts I was in. Which is it, I wonder?
本気で言ってるの?
リカが何の話をしているのか僕にはわかりませんのです。
I will say one thing though. If it turns out that whole freaking story was just a dream, was just a coma dream, I'm gonna be pissed. Because that means that me playing Cupid for Sadako and Cherkun didn't actually happen. And that to me would be an outrage. Was Hanyuu playing dumb? Or was she telling the truth? I couldn't tell. You and me both.
じゃあ、私がさっきまでいたあの世界は何? 夢なの?
夢です。
Okay, that very quick, affirmative, firm response tells me it was not a dream. I'm delighted that I actually made true love happen between that world's Sadako and Cherkun. That's all the comfort I need. Hanyuu answered immediately. And hearing that convinced me that sinless world was no dream.
じゃあ、私はこの手で母さんを。
My mother had the fragment. I shouldn't have been able to return to my original world without killing her. If I was here, that meant I'd killed her. And then, after I killed her, I had to kill myself, like usual, to send myself to the world of the gods. And, conveniently, when I die, it goes back through my memories, right before the event, and tears them apart. So, it was only natural that my memories of personally killing my mother didn't remain. Maybe if that's indeed what actually happened, it's probably for the best that you don't remember. If I'm being perfectly honest here. Trembling, I looked at the palms of my hands. But then, actually, no. If it were me, that would not work for me, because it's the not knowing for sure what actually happened. That would end up driving me crazy more than anything else. Than knowing one way or the other. Because that room for doubt would be the thing that would stir me into a frenzy. They were pure white, pale and bloodless. No, that was just it. That alone made me remember the feeling spread across my hands. That warm, sticky, slimy sensation. My fragment welled up inside me. Something inside me was desperately holding back the memories of that alien world. Crying out for some reason, desperately holding them back. Because if they spilled out, they would surely swallow me whole.
Rika, 落ち着きなさいのです。
Hanyuu put her hand to my forehead, and I felt as though something was grabbing my lungs in a fist. A sense of suffocation, like something was squeezing the breath out of me. But it was squeezing those feelings about to swallow me up, too, and they couldn't come up any further. In exchange for the choking sensation, I gulped down the rising emotions, beginning to steadily regain my composure. Hanyuu realized it and took her hand away. Hanyuu! You choked me! If it's not a dream, then honestly value of that goes down for me. Basically, she made that world, Rika, a murderer after preaching about not deserving that Rika's treatment. While also going against the Higurashi's murder thing. Yeah, pretty much. Which is why I'm confused. I'm honestly confused and hoping that's not what actually happened here. Because someone else had to have actually happened, right? Because if Rika ended up actually killing her, then yeah, it's like you said, it would just. It's also what I've been saying on and off too. It would just fly in the face of one of the core themes and messages of the whole series.
落ち着きましたのですか？リカは長く眠っていましたから混乱しているのでしょう。
Don't you try to gaslight me, pup!
しばらくは入江の言う通りお薬を飲んだりして静養するといいのです。
羽生、でも教えて。あの世界は本当に。
ほら、みんなが来ましたのですよ。
Stop trying to dodge my questions!
僕はお邪魔でしょうからしばらく姿を消しますのです。
Don't make me get out the dog whistle! I started to hear many footsteps running down the hallway. Hanyuu whirled around, as though pivoting on her heel, and vanished. I will hunt you down. In exchange, the hospital door clattered violently open, and my beloved club member friends appeared.
リカ、リカ。
聡子。
おいおい、聡子。リカちゃんは病み上がりなんだぞ。いきなりひっついちゃ。
いいんだよ、圭一君。
Sadako, I know this is a very emotional moment for you right now, but I regret to inform you that I was only able to play Cupid for you in another world. Although, who knows? Maybe in this world I might be able to make history repeat itself a bit. Can't promise it'll be that wonderful stud that is Chair-kun, though. Maybe it'll be Stool-kun instead or something, I have no idea. Clinging to me, Sadako fell to her knees on the spot and started bawling without hesitation.
おかえり、リカちゃん。私たちは絶対にリカちゃんが帰ってくるって信じてたよ。
ああ、
Okay, all joking inside. I miss this little shrimp. And everybody else. And there's KHE, my boy. Now my world feels whole again now that he's here.
俺たち全員が一つのことを信じたとき、絶対に奇跡が起こるんだからな。高野さんたちとのあのすげえ戦いだって、全員が奇跡を信じたから勝利できたんじゃねえか。
みんなね、必ずリカちゃんが帰ってくるって信じてたよ。毎日お見舞いに来てたんだよ。必ず明日は目覚めるって信じて毎日お見舞いに来てたんだよ。
監督が言うには少々記憶に混乱が出てるって話。まさかとは思うけど、おじさんたちのことを忘れちゃいないよね。
No, but you all forgot about me.
サトコとレナ、
In another
ケイ
world.
チのことはわかりますが、ミーのことはわかりませんのです。ニパーン。
大丈夫みたいだな。
This was something I couldn't ever have asked before. But just to make absolutely sure this was really my original world, I asked anyway, pretending my memory was still confused.
サトシは来ないのですか？
Sadako gave a somewhat lonely smile and spoke.
ニーニーは一昨年に家出しちゃったきり帰ってこないじゃありませんの。リカったら忘れん坊さんですわね。
Meep. Her expression makes my chest tighten. She was definitely to Sadako from my original world. I missed you!
なるほど。確かに多少記憶が混乱してるみたいだね。一過性だそうだから気にすることはないってさ。
The other you from the other world was a little shithead.
寝起きに電話もらったら寝ぼけて変なこと言っちゃうのと同じだそうだから。
そうだね。だって1ヶ月近くもずっと眠ってたお寝坊さんだもんね。
She's probably gonna be super stiff then, being in a bed for that long. Might want to get up and do some stretches, Rika. Lots of them.
その1ヶ月の間、夢を見ていた気がしますです。
2 years ago? 2 years ago, what now, huh? What? What did they say? 2 years, oh wait. Oh yeah, you mean what Sadako said. Okay, let me think. So, she's probably referring to the murder that to Saoshi's murder of his aunt, which, going by the timeline of events, as I understand them, is indeed 2 years ago from these current sequence of events right now, because Keiichi moved into Hinamizawa, I want to say about only a year ago, less than that maybe, if I remember right. But yeah, I don't know. Wait. No, maybe I am misremembering something, because I think it was only some months ago that Keiichi moved after Satoshi disappeared, after having committed that murder, and it all occurred within a year's time span, right? And I think Reina also moved back to Hinamizawa within that time, too. I should know this. Why the hell am I forgetting the exact dates here? I should know this by now. Son of a bitch.
私たちが心配してたのはよそに随分気楽なことでございますわね。
It's a major freaking plot point throughout most of the main story. I should know this.
そこはとっても不思議な世界だった気がします。そこはここと同じひなみ沢なのですが、いろいろなところが違っていました。
Yeah, Mion was Shion was Mion. Reina was still mostly the same, but not 100% so. Keiichi wasn't around. Satoshi was awake, and you, Sadako, wouldn't let me read in peace. And you annoyed me so much that I had to play Cupid with you and Cherkun. It was a very beautiful scene, though, to be fair. You and Cherkun, I mean, made my heart melt. Like chocolate left in the sun. Still didn't change the fact that you annoyed the ever-loving fuck out of me, though. And you had it coming. But I will also admit, hooking you up in Cherkun might have been a bit excessive on my part.
まず、圭一がいませんのです。
おいおい、なんだよ。俺だけのけ者かよ。
It's not like I did it on purpose, man. I didn't have any choice in the matter. I thought Satoshi ran away the 4th year of Curse. 5th year, Takano event happened, then pool party just a little later. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds about right. So maybe it's a mistranslation. If you forgot, then it probably was not important. No, it was important. Me and my stupid brain just doesn't want to remember the important shit like it should. It's dysfunctional. It needs maintenance. Somebody needs to take a socket wrench to it and put a few bolts back in place. My brain is defective at the moment. So in that world, Mion was Mion. I know, crazy. It is crazy. Mion was herself. What could be crazier than that?
圭一があれだけ後悔したあの事件がない世界。それだけじゃないのです。
I realized this would be my only chance to confess my own sin. I committed patricide. Okay, I think there's two murder terms for committing murder against a parent, and I think there are individual ones for a mother and father. I think the father one is for patricide, and the mother one is matricide, but let me just double check. Matricide definition. What do we have here? The act of killing one's mother. Okay, so I did remember right. I'm glad. I committed matricide, everybody. Not patricide, the act of murdering one's own father, but matricide. Everyone listened as I told them all about that world. Whenever some small thing was different, they would respond one way or another about it, but they listened to me seriously. Are you telling Sadako about how you played Cupid with her in Cherkun? Please say yes.
そして
僕がここにいるということは、その世界とこの世界を天秤にかけ、こっちの世界を選んだからだと思いますです。
それは多分三途の川のこっちと向こうだね。臨死体験ってやつだと思うよ。向こうの世界を選んでいたらリカちゃんは多分帰ってこられなかったね。
向こうを選べば確かに僕は帰ってこなかったと思いますのです。
俺たちはみんなリカちゃんが帰ってくるって信じてたぜ。そしてリカちゃんも帰ると信じたから、お互いの手が届き合ったってことなんだろうな。眠りながらリカちゃんも帰ってくるために努力したってことなんだろうと思うぜ。
Well, yeah, that was certainly true.
偉い偉い。
Don't you good girl me, you stinky boy. I gotta beat you with an ugly stick. Keiji grinned and patted my head, but it seemed like he was mistaking what I meant. I hadn't returned. I compared that world and this one, and chosen this one. Why had I chosen this world? Because it's the one we fought for, I thought. Because this one was more comfortable to be in. Saka was always with me. Everyone in the club was here, and they were nice to me and spoiled me. But all that was still a world built on top of everyone's sins and misfortune. Who cares if everyone is neck deep in sin and misfortune? I want to be pampered and spoiled. Damn it, I dropped it again. In other words, I had chosen to sacrifice the others for my own happiness. Shamelessly, self-centeredly, and selfishly. I know, we are complete and total assholes, you and I, Rika. Everyone was fulfilled in that world, and we took away that fulfillment because we're assholes. Only I wasn't. But I knew that I, too, could be happy there if I put in the hard work. But we couldn't be happy unless everyone else was miserable, because we're assholes. But, at the very end, I had chosen this world. Because I'm an asshole. I chose the world where I could rest on my laurels atop the suffering and tears of my friends.
それはとっても面白そうな世界だね。ありがとう。
Thank me for being an asshole?
レナたちのことをせめて夢の中だけでも幸せにしてくれたんだね。
No, I didn't. I chose my own happiness over yours. I just said that a second ago. Rena smiled as she said that. Only she seemed to understand what I really meant by what I said.
でもね、もしその2つの世界をレナにも選ばせてもらえるなら、レナはこっちの世界を選んで正解だと思うかな。
Oh, what a good girl you are, validating my choices.
どうしてなのですか？確かにレナにとってお母さんの離婚はとっても悲しい出来事だった。
Massive understatement. By the way, Reina, did I ever tell you that your mother is a bitch? Because she still is. A big one.
そのせいでいろいろなことが変わっちゃったけど、でもそのおかげで学び取ったたくさんのこともある。
I say that as an asshole. It takes an asshole to know an asshole. And she's an asshole.
だからね、リカちゃんの言う向こうの世界のレイナはきっとこの世界のレナよりも 人間的に劣っていると思う。リカちゃんはレナのことをレイナであっても模範的な人間だと夢で思ってくれたようだけど、レナが本当にレイナだった時はあまり尊敬できる人じゃなかった。
Yeah, because you had the I for Icky in your name, right?
だからレナはお母さんの離婚はとても辛くて悲しいことだったけど、人生の試練の一つだったんじゃないかなって今は受け入れることができるもん。
人生の試練やあるいは挫折が人を成長させるってのは確かにあるね。
そうだな。レナの言うのは俺にもわかるぜ。その世界の俺はひなみ沢に来てねえが、多分ろくでもないやつだったと思うぜ。あの事件は確かに俺にとって生涯忘れちゃいけない痛恨の極みだ。俺は死ぬまで反省していかなきゃならないと思う。でもあの事件をきっかけにレナが言うように俺もたくさんの大切なことを学んだ。過去のあの事件をなかったことにできる世界があったらってのは確かに魅力的ではあるかもしれない。でも俺はそんなことを思いはしないぜ。今日という日の前原圭一を積み上げてきた大切な礎の一つだと思ってる。
Couldn't have said it better myself.
それを言ったら私もですわ。甘ったれてた以前の私だったらニーニーがいる限りずっと甘え続けていましたもの。
Which we saw proof positive of in the world we just exited from. But I mean, hey, like I've been saying, you got a happy ending in the end. You found true love thanks to yours truly.
ニーニーがいなくならない世界があったらというのは確かに魅力的なお誘いではありますけど、でも甘ったれた私がニーニーと一緒にいても何の意味もないんですもの。なら私はこの世界の方がいいですわ。今の自分なら胸を張ってニーニーの帰りを待てますもの。本当にみんなそう思うのですか？
Well, of course they do. I mean, it's pretty consistent with their motivations throughout the rest of the series.
罪は消せないと。
You know, when they weren't going crazy and all that.
その罪がないことになっている綺麗な世界を選べる選択肢を自ら拒否するというのですか？うん。レナはこっちの世界の方が尊いと思うよ。
Well, you know what they say. Pain and suffering helps build character.
どうしてですか？だってこの世界の今日という未来は全員で勝ち取ったんだもん。その世界のみんなはただダラダラ生きてるだけでしょ？
Yeah, pretty much.
ダラダラと。それでいて罪なく生きることは罪なのでしょうか？罪じゃないよ。でもこちらの方が尊い。温室で育った苦労知らずの花も美しいと思う。でも風雨や暑さ寒さに耐えて花を咲かせた野花には美しさだけじゃないものが宿るんじゃないかな。
Sometimes it's the scars and bruises on the thing that helps flesh out its beauty in a roundabout sort of way.
レナはそういうものの大切さを言ってるだけ。傷だらけの野花に何を恥じることがあるの？
Shows character, like I was just saying a second ago.
でも温室で育つのと野原で育つのを選べと言われたら。あ、わかった。そこがそもそもリカちゃんの間違いなんだね。だってレナたちは野に芽生えた野花だもの。花を咲かせた後にありえなかった未来を想像して それと比べるのは何の意味もないことだよ。リカちゃんの話は花より上の人ならざる存在の目線での話だもん。
Something higher, something with a point of view higher than a flower, but not human. So, a tree? Am I speaking as though I am a tree? Is that what you're saying, Reina? Am I now tree girl? Yes, but they talk about it as hypothetical, but we're talking about human lives here. Yeah, we are, for sure. And that's where the real weight of the whole thing is, if you ask me. The weight of the conversation, I mean.
その2つの世界のどちらが幸せか。
A rain cloud. Hey, why not the stratosphere?
それを論じることができるのは2つの世界を行き来できる神様だけ。でもリカちゃんという人間は一つの世界にしか存在しない。
Has anyone not told you? I'm not a human. I'm a witch.
うん。
Well, tree witch, I suppose. Or stratosphere witch. Some kind of witch. That shares wisdom from the bottle.
そうじゃない。どちらの世界にもいるけど行き来はできない。野花のリカちゃんも温室のリカちゃんもどちらも存在する。そしてどちらもその世界の運命に従い胸を張って生きていると思うよ。その時野花が温室で育ったなら何も苦労がなかっただろうになんていう時点でそれはもうおかしいことなの。根付き芽生えた場所で精一杯育って精一杯の花を咲かせる。もしも自分が大金持ちの家に生まれてたらなーなんて負け犬の寝言もいいところですわよ。そんな妄想する暇があったらまずは安いスーパーを探して小銭を倹約する努力を始めなさいませですわ。
Try telling that to every single Walmart shopper in all of existence. And see how far that gets them. I say that as someone who does shop at Walmart here and there.
そうだな。そうして自分に胸を張る聡子は仮に聡子が大金持ちの世界があったとしてそこの聡子と比べたとしても何も劣っているということはないと思うぞ。
まあ確かに選べるなら大金持ちの方がいいでございますけれども。リカちゃんはこうしてこっち側の世界で目が覚めてもまだ迷っているんじゃないかな。
Well, if I had to shed human blood, in this case my mother's blood, in order to come back to this world, I mean, yeah, that's definitely gonna give me second thoughts of some kind for sure.
本当にこっちでよかったのか向こうでもよかったんじゃないかなって未練があるんじゃないかな。
Those words are probably the root of these cheerless feelings. I love this world, but I couldn't help but be troubled given the depth of my own sin, of abandoning that world and insisting everyone else be sinners. Well, I mean, hey, if you want to look at one way, if we actually did commit matricide, we're still a sinner, so we can all be sinners together, me and everybody else. Again, birds of a feather. I still wouldn't be particularly happy if that's indeed the case, but I gotta try to look at the silver lining here, you know? Try to find some good in the whole thing. Even if I feel that you committing matricide would be quite the problem from a thematic standpoint compared to the rest of the series. I shouldn't have chosen that world for the shouldn't I have chosen that world for the sake of everyone I loved? They unanimously decided this world was better, but in a way, it was just acceptance, since they hadn't been granted the choice of selecting one of the two. That was why everyone thought positively and went with this world. If they could have actually chosen, they'd all be conflicted too.
やっぱりね。だからリカちゃんはその胸の奥にある悲しみが癒せないんだね。
And yet, only Reina seemed to have figured everything out.
そうだ、リカちゃんにもわかるようにゲームで説明してあげるね。ねえみーちゃん、今日飴玉持ってきてなかった？
Are there any peanut butter cups in there?
あるけど。
What was she going to do? Then, Reina grabbed it with both her hands and stuck them out toward me.
さあ、リカちゃんにプレゼントだよ。どっちの手の中身がいいかな？かな？
Whichever one has the peanut butter cups in it is the better hand.
みー、外れると罰ゲームになったりはしないのですか？ほう、そんなのないよ。安心して選んで。
Even considering how we usually did club games, there really were no hints at all. I looked at the size of Reina's fists, but I couldn't begin to guess which had the candy in it. Oh, whatever. Time to test my luck.
では、こっちのグーを選びますのです。こっちね。はい。
Reina opened her fist and revealed candy. I must have made the right choice.
おめでとう。はい、あーんして。
What's the candy? Tell me what it is!
あーんなのです。おいしい？
It was a standard but nostalgic taste of strawberry milk. So, not a peanut butter cup. I am sorely disappointed. But whatever, I made my choice. I will live with it. Funnily enough, Shion is the only one who technically hasn't committed any kind of sins in this world, despite being the most prone to violence. You know, you're right. I actually didn't think of that. Well, I guess if you want to look at it, keep looking at things, keeping that in mind. Maybe we really are living in a golden world, even though the other world that we just left here is arguably golden too by that standard, because Shion in that world, or Mion rather, it wasn't prone to violence and wasn't apparently never prone to violence in that world either. As it shrunk as I rolled it around in my mouth and sucked on it, I couldn't help but give a smile.
おいしいのですよ。みぱーん。嬉しい？
I'd be happier if it were a peanut butter cup.
じゃあリカちゃんの世界は幸せだね。二択の勝負に勝ったのでとても嬉しいのです。勝利の美酒は美味しいのですよ。ねえリカちゃん、どうして勝利なの？
Rina showed me her other palm, the one I didn't choose. There was candy in that palm too, right? In her hand, she was holding 2 pieces of candy. We missed out on having 2! Shit! In other words, the one I chose was wrong. At that moment, and this was really obvious, but I immediately realized how merry I had been feeling.
今のその気持ちがリカちゃんの気持ちの正体に近いんじゃない？ 異なる世界と比べるという時点で、それが人の身には過ぎたことなんだよ。それを比べ悩むのは神様の仕事。レナたちの仕事じゃない。与えられる世界は常に一つで、その世界で幸せを見つけるようにできてるの。リカちゃんはその夢の中では二つの世界を行き来できる神様だから、そういう気持ちになってしまう。だからね、反対の手の中なんて気にしちゃダメなの。
I was a witch who had lived 100 years in countless worlds. That was exactly how I'd always believed I was special. Someone who would overcome millions of choices to gain happiness. That I was able to gain happiness. That I was sure to. But I had it completely backwards. I wasn't better than anyone else. When it came to finding happiness, I was the worst of them all. Yeah, we do have the 100+ year track record to prove that. Then, I remembered how Hanyuu had so curtly and quickly told me the other world was a dream. It wasn't a dream. But, now that I'd chosen, this was reality, and that really was nothing more than a dream. When a cat is in a box, you can imagine two features. One where it's alive, and one where it's dead. But when you open it, there's only one future. The other future, at that moment, becomes no more than a dream. The one who opens it accepts the future inside, and lives. Worrying about which of the two futures in the box was better was a job for those who weren't human, those who could interfere with the contents. As a mere human being, I had awkwardly trodden in the world of the gods, which was why I'd misunderstood some important things, wasn't it? In that world, Hanyuu had regrets. She regretted having to use the power of the gods to interfere with my life. And now I finally understood why. Oh God, the cat in the box. Remember that? It will be important. Okay, I'll remember that. I'll keep in mind the cat in the box. So when I find out who put the cat in the box, I can put them in the box instead. And now I finally understood. I just read this. She was quite clear about it. She clearly said that people had to live the best life they could in their world. Wait a minute. Does cat in the box refer to Schrodinger's cat by any chance? The little thought experiment, Schrodinger's cat? Where the cat is simultaneously both alive or dead, as long as the lid is as long as the lid of the box containing the cat is closed. But only when you open the lid, with a certain predetermined conclusion in mind, or a predetermined conclusion in mind, it ends up becoming that thing, either alive or dead. But before then, though, it's neither, and both all at once. I'm kind of paraphrasing it a bit, and I probably got some of it wrong, but I think it goes something along those lines, right? I remember that this particular plot point, this particular thing pretty well here from my time playing the Zero Escape games way back in the day. Virtue's Last Reward in particular. Don't know if any of you guys are familiar with those games, but real fun. Especially the first two. I need to finish playing the third one. Yes, you'll be sick of it in the near 1 to 2 year future. Yes, that can the box. Ah, foreshadowing. I love foreshadowing. She clearly said that people had to live the best they could in their world. I had to stop being this witch. Yes. I knew now that I was not the witch named Berncastel, but Rika Ferruti. My copy had lived for 100 years, bending fate to her whim, and maybe she still exists in some higher dimension than this human world. But that was no longer who I was. I was Rika Ferruti. In this world, I would live. And in this world, I would seize happiness. I mustn't use that power ever again. I think the mere existence of Higurashi when they cry go probably is going to make a liar out of you in this regard, retroactively speaking. Maybe. At least once I fully understand everything that's going on with that particular entry. Once I finally get around to it. But I believe it is a sequel of some kind, at the very least. I know that much. You look back at this moment and think how innocent you were. Me? Innocent? You're joking, right? Now that's funny. Visual novels seem to love Schrodinger's cat a lot. Well, I mean, the most prominent example was the one I just listed in regards to Virtue's Last Reward from the Zeroscape series. But I haven't played too many visual novel games where Schrodinger's cat was mentioned in any capacity. At least, I think there was maybe 1 or 2 I'm forgetting right now. But that is the one that stands out to me the most, because the Schrodinger's cat phenomenon is actually pretty important to the story of Virtue's Last Reward, and that's all I'm going to say about that. Also, yes, I played VLR and even memed it with Higurashi. You thought you were just playing slice of life horror anime. Looks inside, it's just VLR. Are you planning to watch Go? Because let me say this without spoiling, it sucks really bad. I've been hearing very mixed feelings on Go from you guys, from people on the Discord server to even the comment sections. I know it has a very mixed reception among fans of the series. I know that too, and it really makes me both curious and at the same time a bit dreadful for what might be in store for me. I'm trying to avoid spoilers as much as I can for that, but I can't help but feel a strong sense of anticipation for that. But anyway, to answer your question, yes, I am going to cover Go. I just think I'll need to do it in a dedicated video format here, because I need to try to work around YouTube's broken copyright system as best I can. So I'll probably I'm going to make special edited videos for it, like most of my Let's Play series up until now. But I'll probably I'll probably have it edited in a way where you guys won't actually see the footage on screen itself, at least in any proper context, and I'll have a timer on screen too. So I'm gonna try to make it into something akin to a watch-along thing. I just need to figure out how to properly use the timer for DaVinci Resolve for making video clips. And once I get that figured out, because I know there's going to be periods throughout each episode where I may want to pause. I may want to pause the video so I can make some extended commentary here and there on whatever's happening. I just need to make, but yeah, I mainly just need to figure out how to use the timer function in DaVinci Resolve during cases like that here. So that way I can, and once I do that, then I should be good to go, I think. But yes, I am going to cover Go somehow. Somehow. I missed last 10 minutes. The internet fell out. A sequel? Oh, yeah, Higurashi Go. I'm gonna be, I said I'm gonna be covering that. Somehow. Even though, yeah. Like, it's just like I laid out. That's what I'm gonna try to do at the very least, so... We'll see how it plays out, though, because even with all that, I can't help but wonder if it'll still be enough to keep the channel protected from YouTube's copyright system. Because it's watching anime and all that that's very risky compared to playing games. Or visual novels, even, for that matter, in most cases. Because Rika's situation, some aspects really made me go, oh no, it's VLR all over again. Yeah, I mentioned suggestions for how you can do Go and comment on final part of Kotogoshi. Yeah, you did mention that. I remember that. So yeah, I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure out how to get the timer function working properly in DaVinci Resolve at some point. And once I do that, I'm gonna go from there. I just never had a need to really mess with it until now, so I need to do some research. Anyway, sorry for the long pause here. I'm gonna go ahead and continue. I mustn't use that power ever again. Which meant I had to make sure not to treat my own life without respect from now on. Which meant... Yeah, it goes without saying, Rika. Watch out for traffic!
Huh? そうだな。
はうそうだよ。もう二度と自転車に乗ってるときはふざけちゃダメだよ。
そうね、全くその通りだわ。そんな当たり前のことも理解してないお子様が魔女気取りなんだもん。そりゃ全然ダメなわけだわ。
皆さん、とりあえず今日はこのくらいにしてください。リカさんもだいぶ体力が衰えているはずです。
I'll show you weak. Get your neck over here and let me get a firm grip on it.
もちろん明日以降も面会できますので、今日はこれくらいで休ませてあげましょう。
Coach appeared and clapped his hands together, but my friends weren't finished saying goodbye just yet.
リカ、
Oh, finally decided to come back, have you?
もう大丈夫ですか？
Not really. I still don't know if I actually committed matricide or not.
ありがとう。口下手のあんたに代わってレナが全部説明してくれたわ。もう大丈夫。
リカが次に命を落とすとき、僕はその運命を受け入れようと思いますです。
そうね、私もそれでいいんじゃないかと思うわ。車道でふざけてるお子様がはねられる事故なんて日本中で毎日起こってる。それがひなみ沢でも起きたってだけのことよ。悔しかったら私も今度から赤信号は渡らないようにしなきゃ。でもあんたはそれでいいの？私がいないと寂しくなるってかつてあれだけダダをこねていたのに。
もう大丈夫ですよ。新しい友人ができましたのですから。
へえ、誰よ？紹介してよ。
教えませんのです。ああ。
Was it Mommy Dearest by any chance? The one I might have killed?
そういうことか。ということは私はつまり フルでリカなのね。
リカがそう思うならそうなのですよ。
ありがとう。
何に対してのありがとうですか？
いろいろよ。
After Yuri admonished everyone else, they all glumly got ready to go home. Hanyuu, too, was about to disappear. But I clapped my fist into my hand, as if remembering something, and spoke to her.
ねえ、ハニュー。
何ですか？
私、向こうの世界であんたに、元の世界に戻れたら、冷蔵庫をシュークリームでいっぱいにしてやるって約束したんだけど。
Oh yeah, I did make that promise. That's right. Guess I better go shopping soon.
あれって夢だからチャラなのよね。
Never mind. Never mind.
せめてもの仕返しよ。
リカ、明日のお見舞いに何か持ってきますわ。
Serves you right for trying to gaslight me.
何か食べたいものはございますの？
確かリカちゃん辛いのが好きだったよね。
Well, I know Hanyuu doesn't. Apparently.
僕のデパートで韓国食材フェアとかやってなかったっけ？激辛キムチとか売ってなかったかな？
甘いのが食べたいです。
Boo! Boo, I say!
甘いの？どんなのがいい？
じゃあショートケーキとかみんなで買ってくるか。エンジェルモートのは特にうまいんだよな。
Shortcake, Angel Mord. I wonder if we'll run into Tomoe there.
ならエンジェルモートのシュークリームにしましょうです。安くてもいいからお腹いっぱい食べたいのですよ。
食べる元気が出てきたのはいいことです。何でもよく食べて元の元気を取り戻していきましょう。
Although, if you really want to recover really, really quickly compared to, well, you know, when it comes to eating food, protein. Protein will help your body actually recover muscle fibers and other such things much faster and get you on your feet than any other type of food will. So, eggs, meat, anything that's rich in protein, eat it.
では皆さん、面会時間はこれで終わりです。
I'm not joking. It will help you recover faster. Everyone began to leave. Hanyuu, too.
これで貸し借りはなしね。
僕は何も貸してませんのですよ。
そうね。あれは夢だもんね。
おやすみです、リカ。良い夢を。
Good night, Rika Fruity. And please, treat the future you won with care. Thank you. Oh, right. After I get out, the first thing I'll do is go visit my parents' grave. I realized something just now. Why I had to kill my mother to return to this world. The fragment coming out when I killed her, or whatever, wasn't the problem. I think the fact that you had to kill her at all is the problem personally, but go on. Choosing a world in which my mother wasn't here was already killing her. Until now, I'd chosen this world without feeling any sorrow for it. for killing my mother every time. That was what you wanted me to realize, wasn't it? The sins you feel in me. That's probably one of them. I stopped respecting my parents. So, the real lesson of this arc? Respect thy parents. Honor thy mother and father. Got it. And I finally realized that in the other world. Rika, thank you for realizing. I feel as though the most important sin I felt from you has been cleansed. It'll be okay, Rika. Your hands are not stained with your mother's blood. They're not? You better not be pulling my leg here. That was all. Something I showed you because I wanted to be mean to you for a little. You bitch! You seriously better not be pulling my leg here. My ends better actually be clean of my mama's blood. But even if you're not pulling, but if you are pulling my leg, still, screw you. This is a bit excessive on the meanness department, if I do say so myself. May you forget all of it when you awaken from your slumber. Good night, Rika. Sleep deep. Sleep deep. As I dream of how you will color your life in the future. Well, again, assuming you weren't pulling my leg just now, I am in all due seriousness relieved that we didn't actually kill Rika's mother in the end. She just wanted to. I guess Hanyuu just wanted to be mean to us for a change, while also helping us cleanse ourselves of one last sin and help us get a bit more perspective. Much needed perspective. Doesn't change the fact that it was a pretty mean way of going about it, but hey. It is what it is. Whatever. I'll take it. Anything that doesn't contradict the main theme of the whole series, you know? With the whole murder bit and all that. That would not sit well with me. And I mean, this is coming from a guy who, you know, as far as the real world is concerned, is of the firm belief that there are just some times in life where violence, extreme violence even, is an unavoidable fact of life. And you're eventually going to come across people in your life who will do absolutely everything in their power to destroy you and anything remote, tangibly associated with you. You can't negotiate with them, can't make peace with them, can't bargain with them. They just want to see you dead, see you destroyed, see everybody and everything that you care about destroyed, and they think it's funny. So when dealing with people like that, who would never, under any other circumstance, would show you even a hint of mercy, when they have all the power, you gotta deal with people like that in the only language that such people would understand, and that's smacking them upside the head, if not more than that. There are just some conflicts in this world that absolutely cannot be resolved through pacifist means. Thinking otherwise is just childish. It does not work that way in the real world. But this is Higurashi that we're talking about. A story that's aiming to be on the more optimistic side of things at the end of the day. So it wouldn't sit right with me if its whole message of trying to find happiness without having to commit bloodshed, if finding happiness without committing bloodshed would end up getting contradicted in a way that I fear in a way in which I feared it was being contradicted in this arc towards the end. It would not sit well with me. I value consistency in stories above all else when it comes to its themes, its story beats, how one plot thread logically reaches from point A to point B to point C, all that stuff. Consistency is a must for me when it comes to storytelling. And if you're not consistent, it's going to break my suspension of disbelief, and it's going to detract from the overall quality of the whole thing as a result. So I'm glad that didn't happen here. I really am. Reimu Hakure, welcome to the stream. It's probably a lesson to teach Rika to regain her empathy. Yeah, it seems to be the case for sure. Or that simply splits off and that one Rika keeps living in that world happy and one goes back. Because before Rika went back, it ended on her going to live her new life with the sun time limit ending. Also a possibility, I suppose. Yeah, this is definitely an arc I think I would need to revisit on my own time here, and with some additional with the additional context I have now here, see if there's some details I might have missed that could help me better understand the context behind a number of key events that occurred throughout it. But other than that, I basically said everything I think I want to say about it for now, at the very least. Okay, so it's a continuation of my earlier comment. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean there. So now that we've got this particular arc done and over with, next time we come back, I'm going to be pivoting back to the console arcs, and we're going to finally check out the conclusion arc for that, and bring the console arcs to a close. Then after that, we're going to come right back to Rei, and I guess... What's the next arc on this one? Let me see real fast. I guess after that, we will be checking out Hiro Kawashi, the strongest pursuer of love. I'm not going to read the description on that right now, because I want to save that for the actual time in which we get to this arc. But yeah, we're going to finish the console arcs next when we come back. And then after that, we're coming right back here, and we're going to start Hiro Kawashi. So, I'm a bit surprised, honestly, because I thought that this arc would actually last about 3 streams or so, kind of like Koto Higuchi ended up doing. But the fact that we got it done in just 2 was pretty nice, all things considered. So, I mean, hey, that means we can get through things just a bit faster than I initially expected. So, I think that's everything I have to say on the whole matter for now, but I enjoyed Saikoroshi. I really did. It feels like a pretty good ending, a definitive ending to the rest of the story. Again, assuming that for sure we didn't actually kill anybody. I'm going to go with the interpretation that we didn't. And if that's indeed the case, then yeah. But the fact that Higurashi and the Crag Go exists, like I said, does make me a bit concerned. Because as I said in a comment I left on the channel's Discord server, it kind of seems to me like Higurashi might be one of those series where the creators don't really seem to know how exactly they want to end their series. At least that's currently the impression I'm getting right now. But as far as Saikoroshi at the very least is concerned, I'm for the most part pretty satisfied with it. I think. If there was no further canonical canonical continuations of the story going forward from here, I'd be satisfied with it. I think I'd be pretty fine with it. Everything else here listed here and whatever is in Higurashi when they cry Hope Plus would just be a bonus for me. But all in due time, we'll get to the rest of these two arcs here and whatever is in Hope Plus and see what they contribute. Maybe it'll change my mind, but at this point, I don't think it's likely going to happen. But we'll see, like I said. Saikoroshi, the story of when Sadako made Rika go psycho in the classroom with the chair. That was a cute pun. I liked that pun. You're a punny fellow, Eastman. So, I'm gonna go ahead now and bring tonight's stream to a close, and I'm gonna go eat some dinner. And maybe get a little bit of extra work on Lamination International done while I'm at it before I decide to retire for the rest of the night. So I hope that everybody who tuned in tonight enjoyed today's stream. I most certainly did. I had a lot of fun. And I'm hoping to see you all again for the conclusion to the Higurashi when they cry console arcs. And however long it'll take us to get through that. So, have a good day or night, everybody. Take good care of yourselves. Wash your hands, stay healthy, don't get sick, and I'll see you all next time. Good night and take care.